Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Tanaka. Morning, Mr. Tanaka.
Hello.
Hello,
Hello.
Mr.
How
Tanaka.
are you? Hello.
Hi everyone. Hi Toshi. I'm setting up the YouTube now, so I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah. No.
Hi
I
everyone.
just want to make sure if I can use the PowerPoint here or not. So can I try my
I
PowerPoint
cannot
now?
hear you, Toshi.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello.
yes.
Oh yeah. Okay. So I can show my PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Okay. You see my PowerPoint.
Yes.
Fine.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay. I will put off the camera and I will prepare. So my sound is okay, right?
Kenapa dia ni tak ada sound?
Hello, can you say something?
Good morning.
Oh, I don't know. Suddenly my computer got no voice.
Hello.
はい、聞こえます。
Okay, now I can hear. Can you say something? Hello,
Hello.
Ryugo, Toshi,
Hi, Jay.
Hello.
Dr. Manol.
Hello, Mr. Ryugo.
Good morning.
Nakasha.
Good morning.
There's an
Okay.
echo. Okay, I'm setting up YouTube for the moment. I'll come back.
No problem.
I'll be back. We also has gone live, so you can also view YouTube. Yeah.
Kakak, jangan ada main-main ya, nak. Ya.
Good morning.
Hello, Dr. Chong.
Good morning, Dr. Jahan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
I cannot hear you. Hold on.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi. Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Hello.
I can. Good morning. Good morning, Chong. Good morning, Fimano. Yeah. I think Dr. Jahan cannot hear us.
I cannot hear you, Dr. Chong. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can hear me, but I cannot hear you. Oh my God. Hold on.
How about
Can you
the
say
rest?
something, Dr. Chong?
Yes, yes. How about the rest? The rest, can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you well.
Oh, you can hear me? Yes.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah, hello.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Prof.
Okay, I already assigned you as a co-host. Dr. Chong. I don't know
Yes,
what's
yes.
wrong, but my earphone is not working. Hold on.
Good morning, Tini.
Okay, good morning.
Good
I'm
morning.
looking both, control both. Different.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Okay, Dr. Chong, can you say something?
Hi, Dr. Jahan, can you hear me? Cannot?
I still cannot hear you.
Okay.
Something wrong with my speaker. Hold on.
Okay, sure. Dr. Jahan, can you hear
Okay,
me now?
Dr. Chong, can you
Yes.
speak again?
Yes. Can you hear me? Testing. Cikgu Tini, can you say something? Or maybe is it just me, or she can't hear others?
Yeah, I can hear you. Dr. J. Dr. J.
I think
Eh,
Dr. J's audio settings or audio problems.
audio setting.
Yeah.
Then the Facebook and the Weback, I
Uh-huh.
think 2 or 3 seconds different.
Yeah.
3
I see.
seconds different.
But yeah. But Dr. J is going to give her speech also later, so she need to resolve her audio issue first.
I think the audio problem.
Mm-mm.
Just set up the audio. Setting the audio. Okay.
Okay, Dr. Chong, try again, please.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Finally. What's the
Thank
problem?
God. No, because there's a wire a cable connected, LCD cable.
Okay, okay.
Okay, okay,
Great, great.
right. Thank you, thank you.
Hello, this is Dr. Mas. Just testing my mic. Dr. J, can you hear me?
Hi, Dr. Mas, we can hear you.
All right, thank you very much.
Good morning. For all the speakers, I want to test the bell. So if you can, if you have an issue to hear the bells, you let me know. Can you hear the bell?
Yes, I'm here,
Yeah.
Mr. Chou.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
I can hear you.
thanks. We will
Thanks.
link once to indicate that you have 2 more minutes later. Hi, good morning.
Thank you, Prof. Welcome, Prof. Dean from our school in School of Educational Studies USM. Welcome, Prof.
Yeah, good morning. Assalamualaikum.
Salam. We have about 8 more minutes.
Okay. Tempat buat air ya. Buat kopi jap.
Prof, tempat ambil breakfast. Thank you, Dr. Narawi. Nanti MC akan panggil for doa ya.
InsyaAllah. InsyaAllah Nazir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Terdengar suara saya?
Yes, very clear, Dr. Narawi.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Nang. Nang, can you try testing?
Yeah, doctor.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Hello, Dr. Jasper.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Nah,
Morning.
okay. Napo ko pa mao. Wala ka da mic na mayo. Nga, dali lang ang mic ko.
Welcome also Datuk Nooraini from National STEM Association. Hi, Datuk. We will start. I cannot hear you, Datuk.
Okay, can you hear now?
Okay. Yeah,
Alright.
yeah. I already unmute you. Okay, Datuk.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. How are you?
Okay, fine. Thank you. A bit nervous.
Alhamdulillah, should be alright. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Datuk. We will start in about 1 or 2 more minutes.
Alright.
Some viewers also they view from YouTube. So
Okay.
not all in Webex, some in YouTube. Okay.
Alhamdulillah kan, very good response.
Yes, Alhamdulillah, Datuk. So we expect more participants will come in soon. So probably we can start our webinar for today. So I pass to MC now.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. Kindly mute your microphone to ensure the smooth flow of the ceremony. Thank you. It is an honor for us to welcome Professor Dr. Hairul Nizam Ismail, Dean, School of Educational Studies, University Science Malaysia, Datuk Professor Dr. Noorani Idris, Chairperson National STEM Association Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Wan Marzuki Wan Jaafar, Director, Centre for Academic Development, University Putra Malaysia, Dr. Ihsan Ismail, Head of STEM Unit, National STEM Centre Malaysia. Our speakers in this webinar, Professor Dr. Toshinobu Hatanaka from Toho University, Japan, Associate Professor Dr. Jasper Pastrano from Iloilo Science and Technology University, Philippines, Assistant Professor Dr. Ryugo Oshima from Chiba University, Japan, Dr. Firmano Kartoribowo from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia, Dr. Haja Harjima Haji Muhammad Said from Sultan Hassanal Bolkiah Institute of Education, University Brunei Darussalam, Brunei, Dr. Evi Fatimatur Rusydiyah from Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Ampel, Surabaya, Indonesia, Dr. Chong Min from University Putra Malaysia, Malaysia, Dr. Juju Nakasha Jaafar from University Science Malaysia, University Putra Malaysia, Malaysia, Dr. Nooraida Yakob from University Science Malaysia, Malaysia, Dr. Jahan Ahmad from University Science Malaysia, Malaysia, and she is also the coordinator for this webinar. IR Dr. Mas Sahidayana Mokhtar from University Malaya as the moderator in this webinar. Ms. Aisha Shahira Shamsul Kamal, the President of My STEM Ambassador USM, and all club committee members. Also to all lecturers, teachers, officers, and all educators from all parts of the world. Welcome all to the webinar entitled Intellectual Exchange on STEM Practices among Educators in Southeast Asia and East Asia. My name is Nang Sofatunajwa Nik Ali. I am a fourth-year student in School of Educational Studies, USM, and majoring in Science with Education. I'll be the MCs for today's webinar. To grace the event, let us seek blessings from Allah the Almighty. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Nurawi Ali to recite some prayers.
إلى حضرة سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم على آله وسلم. الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد طب القلوب ودوائها وعافية الأبدان وشفائها ونور الأبصار وضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. اللهم اشرح بالقرآن العظيم صدورنا ويسر به أمورنا وعزم به أجورنا وحسن به أخلاقنا ونور به قلوبنا وقبورنا يا رب العالمين. اللهم يا الله يا رحمن يا رحيم يا حي يا قيوم. We seek refuge your blessing so that this webinar on intellectual exchange on STEM practices among educators in Southeast Asia and East Asia run smoothly from the beginning to the end. Oh ya Allah, strengthen our collaboration, networking, and solidarity in promoting awareness, knowledge, and STEM best practices, making our Mother Earth sustainable for living. Oh Allah, you are all hearing, all knowing. Increase useful knowledge and understanding among us, ya Allah. Allahumma faqihna fid din wa 'allimna ta'wil wahdina as-siratal mustaqim. You are the most gracious, the most merciful. All praise belong to you, Lord of the worlds, the most gracious, the most merciful, Master of the day of judgment. You alone we do worship, and you alone do we ask for help. Guide us, Ya Allah, to the right path of those upon whom you have bestowed favors, not the path of those who evoke your wrath, not those who are astray. O Allah, leave no sins of ours in this webinar assembly unforgiven, no any grief without being released, no any debt without being paid, no diseases without being cured, no astray without being guided, no stupidity without being taught, no any difficulty in this life or the hereafter without being facilitated, no struggle without being helped, no desire in this world and hereafter they are good beside you and for us without being fulfilled. O Allah, the most merciful of all that is merciful, our Lord, if it's good in this world and the hereafter. ربنا آتنا من لدنك رحمة وهيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Narawi, for the prayer. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Hatanaka Ismail, the Dean of School of Educational Studies, University Science Malaysia, to give his welcoming remarks. Please welcome Prof.
Thank you very much, Nang, MC today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, very good morning to everybody. Warm welcome, of course, to all our honorable guests, Datuk Professor Dr. Nooraida Idris, Chairperson, National STEM Association Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Wan Marzuki Wan Jaafar, Director, Center for Academic Development, University Ismail, STEM Head, National STEM Center Malaysia. It's also great to have all the esteemed speakers from Brunei, Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan, and Philippines here this morning. I think Nang has mentioned all their names. I don't think I should repeat. Anyway, welcome to all the speakers. Not forgetting IR Dr. Mas Hidayana Mokhtar from University Malaya as a moderator for this webinar. Ms. Aisha Shahira binti Samsul Kamal, President, MySTEM Ambassador USM, and all his club committee members. Also welcome all lecturers, teachers, officers, and all educators from Malaysia, Brunei, Indonesia, Philippines, Japan, and many other countries. Alhamdulillah, we are fortunate to be given the opportunity this morning to join a sharing session entitled Intellectual Exchange in STEM among Educators in Southeast Asia and East Asia. Thank you also to my colleague, Dr. Jahan, for this esteemed event. Thank you very much, Dr. Jahan. And thank you for preparing the speech for me this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the STEM is an integration of 4 specific disciplines that are science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. STEM education not only addresses the aims of policy reforms, such as ensuring competency in mathematics and science, but it also emphasizes that it's no longer sufficient for modern citizens to understand science and mathematics. Their knowledge must be integrated with technology and engineering. STEM education is a learner-centered approach to develop learners' self-directions, problem-solving, collaboration, and project management. It also drives innovation through creating, designing, and producing solutions to real-world problems and uses real-world challenges as entry point for the integration of STEM discipline. Ladies and gentlemen, in this 21st century world, the scientific and technological innovation have become increasingly important as we face the benefits and challenges of both globalizations and a knowledge-based economy. As to succeed in this new information-based and highly technological society, we need to develop our capabilities in STEM to level much beyond what was considered acceptable in the past. Therefore, STEM skills are viewed as being important for global economics as well as for the development and well-being of our society. Furthermore, most jobs in the future will require a basic understanding of math and science. Despite its compelling effects, mathematics and science on average among students are not equal. Thus, many STEM programs should be conducted to provide opportunities for students to learn STEM skills and hopefully spark a passion for them to select STEM at school and STEM majors at the university. The benefit of STEM education are also far-reaching for students of all ages and backgrounds. It can empower them to use their creativity and develop their critical thinking skills and develop their critical thinking skills. By exposing them ourselves to STEM skills, we can train students and provide them the opportunities to explore STEM-related concepts with the hope that they will develop a passion for it and hopefully pursue a job in a STEM fields. Ladies and gentlemen, this webinar is the academics will discuss a wide range of areas in STEM education. The topics of discussion cover initiative in STEM education, application of STEMs in simulation and games, STEMs and agriculture, STEM-related curriculum, STEM practices in school, STEM and sustainability development, and for students pursuing STEM majors and careers. Hope that all of us can benefit from these enrichment sessions so that we can use the knowledge not just for enhancing our knowledge, but also assisting our students in exploring STEM field. On behalf of School of Educational Studies and University of Science Malaysia, I wish you all the best to all the speakers and participants. Hope all of you will enjoy all the sessions. Thank you very much. Back to you, Nang. Thank you. I'm done now.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the great speech. Now, let's welcome Datuk Professor Dr. Nooraida Idris, the Chairperson of the National STEM Association Malaysia, to give a few words and officiate our webinar. Please welcome Datuk.
Can hear? Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, our MC. Yang berbahagia, Professor Dr. Hairul Nizam Ismail, Dean, School of Educational Studies, University Science Malaysia. Yang berbahagia, Associate Professor Dr. Wan Marzuki Jaafar, Director, Center for Academic Development, University Science Malaysia. Dr. Ehsan Ismail, Director for National STEM Center Malaysia. The two support coordinator yang berusaha Dr. Nur Jahan Ahmad, University Science Malaysia. Yang berusaha Puan Hartini Hashim from National Science and National STEM Association. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's an exciting day today and also an interesting webinar entitled Intellectual Exchange on STEM Practices among Educators in Southeast Asia and East Asia. A vibrant competence in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM is central to building and increasing productivity. All governments globally are investing in improving STEM education.
Sorry, Datuk, we can't hear you.
Can you hear now? Okay. In school and education system, by university and industry, to lift student engagement and attainment in STEM, and to support teachers to improve student outcome. To remain competitive in the global economy and fourth industrial revolution, there's a need to build a strong workforce in STEM. But educators and policy makers face immense challenges. All young people should be prepared to think deeply and to think well so that they have the chance to become the innovators, educators, researchers, and leaders who can solve the most pressing challenges facing our nation and also our world. But both today and tomorrow. But right now, not enough of our youth have access to quality STEM learning opportunities, and too few students see this discipline as springboards for the career. STEM education has the potential to produce and sustain a new workforce of problem solvers, innovators, and inventors who have the knowledge, skill, and values to innovate and compete in the new global workplace, the fourth industrial revolution. Education has the potential to produce and sustain a new workforce of problem solvers, innovators, and inventors who have the knowledge, the strength of the STEM workforce to innovate is often in innovative product and services as well as to sustain. The question is, what kind of education system do we need to transform STEM education and deliver its equitability to the 21st century learners? To what extent does the present system ensure that students ensure the relevant knowledge and skill to meet the fourth industrial demands? So hopefully in this webinar today, we hope all the distinguished speakers will be able to share and discuss how STEM education lead to more growth, especially in terms of cognitive skills and economics outcome. With Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I'm officially officiate the webinar entitled Intellectual Exchange on STEM Practices among Educators in Southeast Asia and East Asia. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dato, for your inspiring speech and for appreciating the event. Friendly reminder to all participants, please mute your microphone to ensure the smooth flow of the ceremony. Thank you. Now we have come to the sharing session. I will now pass the session to IR Dr. Mas Jaafar from the University of Malaya to moderate the webinar. Please welcome Dr. Mas.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Nang Sofwatun. I hope that everyone can hear me clearly. So my name is Mas. I am from the University Malaya STEM Center. I am very honored to become the moderator for today's intellectual discourse. So before we start our discussion, let us do some housekeeping notes. To all speakers, you are given 15 minutes each to present your topic. And at the couple of minutes before the end, Dr. Chong will help me with the bell. Okay, we can try on the bell, Dr. Chong. Okay, I hope everyone can hear that very clearly. So we are going to divide our discussion today in a few parts. The first parts will consist 3 speakers. Then we are going to conduct a Q&A session for the 3 speakers topic. Then we are going to continue with the remaining speakers. So without further ado, I'm going to invite our first speakers, Professor Dr. Toshinobu Hatanaka from the Faculty of Science, Toho Universities. The presentation title will be Aspects of STEM Education in the Japanese Science Curriculum. So over to you, Professor Dr. Toshinobu.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for introducing my name. My name is Toshinobu Hatanaka. I will share my PowerPoint file now, and I will start talking. Wait. Yes. Can you hear my slide? Yeah, I'd be happy. It is good opportunity for me to talk to Malaysian educators. Today, I'd like to introduce STEM aspect in Japanese science curriculum. I'm from Chiba Prefecture in Japan. It's just around the center in Japan and next to Tokyo. And the next speaker, Assistant Professor Oshima, is also from Chiba Prefecture. And my university is in Chiba. So today I want to talk about the issues in Japanese education first, because most of you are not much familiar with Japanese education. So I will explain a little bit about the context. Then I will quickly review the goals of STEM education and the Japanese national curriculum. And today I will explain two examples. One is inquiry-based teaching and learning in elementary school. The other one is a project study in high school. So I will start from the issues in Japanese education. The big issue here in Japan is we are getting a smaller population. Our society is shrinking. Now it's 2020, but year by year, our population is decreasing. The most problem is that we are not going to have our much working age in future. So it means we need the strong workforce and the skilled workforce. And that is the one issue. And the other one is we are getting less population, and our GDP is not still good, but China and India have a big population, and they got more GDP than us. So we need to build a strong society with a strong workforce. That affects our education also. And let's see some data from education achievement. In TIMSS 2019 result, our score still okay. In grade 8, we got 517 points. We are third among the 39 countries. In grade 4, our ranking is fourth among the 58 countries. So achievement is still okay and a little bit increasing. But we are concerning about student loan like science. Grade 4 is okay, but grade 8, which is second year in junior high school, the student don't like science compared to international average. They only reported 70% of students are like, say, science is fun or interesting. The international average is 81, so we want to make a student, we want to get more interest from students to science. That is one of the issues from getting from the international achievement test. I quickly introduce Japanese school system. We have 6 years elementary school and junior high school 3 years, and then we got the high school entrance exam and going to senior high school and university. We have the single track system. And when we talk about Japanese education, the special activities are popular, I think. Our student clean up the classroom and we have school lunch. That's the picture before. Now we have a COVID-19, so we cannot eat like that, of course, but that is part of our education and it affects the student well. So it's one of the interesting things in Japanese school, I think. But today I will explain about science education. So I will quickly review the goals of STEM education, and then I will explain how it relates to Japanese national curriculum. When we Google STEM, we can get lots of design like this. STEM means STEM technology, engineering, mathematics, right? And I'm not so much sure about the goals of education because in Japan, we don't talk much about STEM education. We don't adopt STEM education. So I will look for the literature from United States. One of the science educator in the United States, Roger Bribey, explains the goals of education. It's clearly explained, so I will using this idea and explain the goals of STEM education quickly. The first goal is apply STEM and practice, because the issue is we have to apply knowledge from the STEM disciplines to life situations. We have a lot of problems related to science, right? We have COVID-19 and this health and disease issues are very, very big now, and we still have energy, environment, natural hazards problem. So education issues will be a STEM literate society. So in the STEM education, we have to practice and we have to apply STEM knowledge to skills to solve the problem. That is the one issue, one goal. The other one is knowledge economy. Our society is changing. When we go to a supermarket, we just using a machine to check out, and in the restaurant, the robot can enter us, give us the seat. So we think, if we think about this issue, we have to develop 21st century skills and abilities. I think you've already seen this diagram. In this diagram, the 20th century skill means communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and problem solving, creativity, and innovation. That is the second goal of STEM education. The third one is innovation. For economic growth, for address STEM-related issues, STEM career education is important. That is the third goal. And our society is changing. You already see this diagram now, but we starting from internet era, social media, we using social media, and we can sell things using some app. And now autonomous driving cars and robots can work. And in future, the computer can track our health, and the robot can help us to bring heavy things. And maybe in near future, we might live in the other planets. So we're changing society. So we have to think about the STEM education. So to address this, to think about some goals, in our national curriculum, 3 competencies are described. We expect students to get three kind of competencies after they graduate. So the first one is motivation to learn and humanity. The next one is solve problems by using acquired knowledge and skills. The third one is ability to think, make judgment, or maybe decision making, and express themselves. Those 3 competencies are fit to 3 STEM goals, as I explained already. So the motivation is related to innovation and STEM career education. And problem solving is the practice and apply STEM knowledge and skills. The ability to think, make judgment, and express themselves are related to STEM goals, 21st century skills. To meet this competency, we try to change education in 3 ways, using 3 ideas. The first one is proactive and self-directed learning. We emphasize these 3 kinds of learning in our curriculum. The second is dialogic learning. The third one is in-depth, we can say authentic learning. 3 learnings are emphasized in national curriculum. So in our education, the ministry decide the purpose, curriculum, and textbook. As I already explained in the purpose, STEM goals goals of STEM education are included. But in curriculum and textbook, no STEM words, we cannot find any STEM words. But in science lessons or our school practices, STEM aspects are included. So now I'm going to explain 2 examples of STEM aspects in our schools. The first one is that the inquiry-based science teaching and learning in elementary school. In elementary school, science are taught as inquiry-based science. You already know that inquiry, that in inquiry, the student asks questions. Based on the question, they plan an experiment and they gather data and they try to explain what they have found. I will explain about one example in elementary science, the topic of a pendulum. When they learn pendulum, they start from a real experience. They go to gym and using a long rope and barking box, and they try to swing using their own body. And then teacher try to allow student interest from the activity as a kind of related to active learning.
Why?
And the unit of pendulum, they apply the previous experience to the next experiment. They're using different kind of materials. One example is step ladder and butter. It's related to in-depth learning. And the prediction, student make a prediction before the experiment is a proactive learning. And the student have to dialogue with the object, and students have to discuss among students. They have this kind of aspect. And after they finding out what affect their the period, they using the teacher can prepare other objects to apply the learning. In this diagram, they're using a plastic.
Sorry, Prof.
Spot. Yes, we're gonna have 1 minute or something, right? So in
I
this
would like to
situation,
request
yes.
participants, please mute the mic. Sorry, for other participants, please mute the mic. Thank you. Okay, Prof.
Okay. So in this experiment, they're using different kind of materials. They can connect to plastic cup. So when the student have learned that the length of the string can affect the period, but when they connect the weight, it changes the length, right? The length of the string is same, but the length of this part, the top to the center of the weight is different. So they have to apply the learning to different situation. They will try to make the in-depth learning. And they can make this kind of experiment using cardboard and magnet. It can swing like this instrument. The student can sing using this apparatus and finding out
This one is Zoe one, okay?
learn more about the period of the pendulum. So the idea, scientific concept are simple, but they have to conduct a lot of experiment in the inquiry way, and the teacher try to make a in-depth learning and dialogic learning and proactive learning. That is the example in elementary school. And the high school, we have a project study. Long time we have experience of Super Science High School. It's a science-oriented school, and they are selected by ministry. And the next year, we're gonna have our elective subject using project study. And I think I don't have much time, so I will stop now. But I'm going to check out the explanation. But this is the process of project study. At the beginning, the student need to experience basic inquiry to set the problem. So the national curriculum say that, and I heard that some school experience that they offer some basic scientific inquiry activity before let the student conduct inquiry by themselves. For example, using Armingum file, if we put together the following, the time taken to fall is different. And this is the new the way we change the environment, heartbeat can change. They're gonna
Hi,
find some
sorry to interrupt
something.
you.
Yeah.
Can we do a housekeeping checking? So there's someone in the participant list maybe join multiple device, and we try to mute everyone. But then since she joined from she joined using multiple device, one of her device is muted, but the others is not. So we can't find the source. So whoever's participated this webinar, please do a quick checking whether you mute your WebEx. Thank you so much. Okay, Prof. Sorry to interrupt you. You can continue.
No problem. Yes. So in the high school, before students conduct their own inquiry, school can offer some basic inquiry for training them. That is another example of our practice in schools. So I think it's already time. Then Makasi, thank you very much. If you have
Thank you
any
very
question,
much.
I'm going to have a Q&A session, but you can contact me through the email. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So actually, yes, of course, in terms of online learning, we have this. We have to do problem solving where all the about the in Japan. So okay, without further ado, I would like to invite our second speaker, which is Assistant Professor Dr. Ryugo Oshima from School of Education, Chiba University. Professor Oshima will be presenting about STEM-related practice in Japanese elementary science. So please be invited, Prof. And I hope to other audience, please do mute your mic. Else you can join via the YouTube or the Facebook channel. Thank you. Okay, over to you, Prof.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes, clear.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Ryugo Oshima from Faculty of Education, Chiba University, Japan. My presentation title is STEM-related practices in Japanese elementary science. I usually don't put colors in the title, but when I talk about STEM, I just want to put colors like this. So STEM is a magical word for me. Okay. First of all, I will introduce fabrication as STEM-related practices in Japan and in science education. And the third one is a main part of the presentation. I will show several examples of fabrication in elementary science. So let's begin with the first one, fabrication in Japan. STEM education is very popular and very big all over the world, but in Japan, STEM is not common for Japanese teachers at schools. But we have monozukuri activities instead. That means manufacturing craftsmanship, handicraft. So actually making something. And in this presentation, I use this word, fabrication, for monozukuri. Craftsmen or meisters, they are very respected in Japan because their works are so nice, very beautiful. But the reason is not only that, but they need hard trainings to do. Then they must be developed by the hard trainings. This is Mr. Matsushita. He established Panasonic, and he said, our company makes a person rather than electric equipment. So the key idea is fabrication develops people. I think Japanese people share this idea. And then why we can expect that? Because when we make something, we need trial and error. So we create an idea and apply that to fabrication. But we, unfortunately, we find error. And then we need another idea and apply that to fabrication. But another error happens. So through this process, we believe people can develop themselves. And this is also expected to happen in science education. There are 4 scientific experiences in the course of study, national curriculum in Japan. And the biggest one is observation and experiment. And other 3 are growing plants, raising animals, and fabrication. Fabrication came to the course of study, national curriculum, in 1998 in elementary school science. The keywords of fabrication in elementary school have been changed like this in the past, making toys by thinking out, and next, connecting to daily life, and now, developing a realistic understanding of natural phenomena with fabrication. So if I say fabrication in science education is STEM education in Japan, I can say that STEM education in Japanese science focus on understanding science. On the other hand, in lower secondary school, it depends on teachers to do fabrication in science. But fabrication activities will be promoted from this April 2021 as learning activities to apply the contents already learned and to verify scientific principles and laws. So still in lower secondary school, STEM education focuses on understanding science. And then, fabrication should be expected to do after they learn principles and laws. Okay. About fabrication in science education, Shimada said, students should not be stuck to conventions, but repeat various thoughts from many viewpoints and develop free, open ideas without sparing materials and time. Thinking out itself is a learning goal. The importance of fabrication is not only to acquire techniques, but also learn careful reasoning, being particular about perseverance, and ways of thinking relating to constructing a sustainable society. So theoretically, fabrication is very important in science education. Now let's move on to the examples of fabrication in elementary science. This is from textbooks. This textbook is for year 3 students. And the unit title is Rubber to Move Things. Students study the relationships between the length of rubber band and the car distance the car traveled. And after this experiment, here is a fabrication activity. Let's make a car go further. You might want to use more number of rubber band or use thicker band to make a car go further. After the experiment, this is another experiment. Students use wind to move a car instead of rubber band. Then after these experiments, if you are students, what do you want to make? Here is the fabrication activity. Let's make various toys which move with force of rubber and wind. There are 3 kinds of toys here. This is windmill. This is ping-pong rocket. And this is propeller-driven car. They are very simple. And it looks very fun. So students should enjoy them. And this is also for year 3 students. They study things passing electricity and not passing electricity with this tester. Actually, students make this tester like this. And then this can be a learning material for them. This is for year 4 students, air and water trapped. They play with air and water trapped first to find some problems to solve. And this is the fabrication activity. Let's make a toy with air or water. The left one is air gun, and then this is water gun. And these can be learning materials to study the characteristics of air and water. And the students, of course, enjoy them. This is for year 5 students, movement of pendulum. So after some experiments on pendulum, this is the fabrication activity. Let's make the pendulum longer. Professor Toshinobu Hatanaka, he showed this example, right? So this is big, and they like this actually. This is for year 6 students. The topic is function of leverage. They can pull heavy things with a smaller force with this leverage. After some experiments, fabrication is coming. Let's make a toy by applying balancing. So they make this toy, and then when they make this, they have to consider the law like this. Okay, so far I showed the examples of fabrication in science education. And this table is a number of fabrication in the course of study. Almost all activities are in physics instead of this one, just one. And the expressions, including in fabrication at lower year science. The expression is like, let's make a toy, blah, blah, blah. Basically, they make learning materials. But gradually, the expression becomes like, by applying blah, 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 basically law or what they studied. It's, I can't say, it's getting, the expression is getting academic. But the number of publication at each year, each grade, that is going down like this. So, fabrication, maybe fabrication is suitable for earlier year, but not suitable for a higher year. Maybe Japanese curriculum thinks that. And we use a toy, even at a lower year. So publication in science education in Japan focuses on being fun than interesting. And usually teachers use these kind of box fabrication kits for fabrication activity. It's very convenient, and they can make it, and then they don't have to waste time. But it looks actually toy, right? And then they cannot have opportunities to use their imagination or creativity. So fabrication in science education in Japan is almost like reward for students. It's like students, okay, you studied science seriously, very well, so now you can enjoy making toys. No, it's good for students, but it's a pity. No, it's not enough as learning materials. Then these are my suggestions and suggestions. So the first one is we need fabrication to find a problem to solve and to study science. Actually, in some activities, they make something, and that becomes a learning material to study science. But I mean, we need the fabrication to deepen the understanding or learning. The second one is we have to identify the competencies to develop through fabrication. If we use only box fabrication kit, maybe students just develop their hand skills, but not cognitive skills. So we need to identify other competencies. The last one is we need fabrication to encourage students to innovate. That is almost similar to the second one, but where we just use boxed kit, they cannot use their imagination. They cannot develop them. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yes, very interesting topic, and I like your words about fabrication and innovate. Is something that is open other educators' mind. Okay, but before you end it, actually, like we have a lot of questions for you, but later we are going to discuss with that. But I'm going to invite the third speaker before we open for the Q&A session. So I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Jasper Pastrano for Iloilo Science and Technology University, Philippines. So with the presentation entitled New Education in the New Normal Times. Okay, over to you, Dr. Jasper.
Thank you very much. Let me share my slide. Can you see my slide?
Not
Not
yet.
yet.
It's
Not
coming
yet,
out.
not yet.
It's coming out, I think.
share again.
Dr. Jasper, maybe you can share the entire screen.
Entire screen. Okay. Again. Can you see it?
Yes,
now
we
we
can
can
see.
see.
Okay. Good morning. This morning, thank you very much for giving me the chance to be part of this webinar. To Dr. Jahan, thank you for inviting us, or me in the Philippines, to be part of this webinar. Let's move forward. So I use the cover page, the poster of this conference. Let me introduce with you about university. It is Iloilo Science and Technology University.
Alert from Google Chrome.
This is our enrollment in 2017-2018 school year. Now we have only 10,000 students, and we have 5 campuses. I am from the Iloilo City campus. And in the discipline that we are offering in the university, most students enrolled in engineering and technology, which accounted to 4,373 students in school year 2017 and 2018. Okay, in terms of percentage, you will see here, it's 41%. And education and science and teacher technology we have, it's 18%. The rest are in small percentage. This is the picture taken in 2016 in the Iloilo City campus. This is in front of the university president. This time there are buildings already built on the side of this unpainted building. This is our research hub. This is the product of the new law, which is the K-12 program of the Republic of the Philippines. And part of this initiative is to build research hub in different places in the country to support the program. And our university is privileged to build such. This is the entrance of in the city. There are 2 campuses. There are 2 sites, the main campus and the other site. I am situated in this site of the university. This is the graduates in 2018. That's normal. This year, no more. And I am also connected with ASMAC Philippines. We established it in 2010, and you see, it started about competition in science and mathematics for elementary students. And we started on that, and we grow from there. This is the website that we have, and we moved on 2015. We continue our initiative of doing science and mathematics competition because I know that by doing this, it will help improve engagement and in science and mathematics of students in the different schools in the Philippines. This is the first international seminar that we conducted in 2015. From there, we grow. This is the 4th one in Semayur-Exam. And this is the 5th one in Indonesia, the University UPY. And from there, we do collaboration. We do collaboration as part of my responsibility in going to other places going to other Asian countries. I do collaboration in Semayur-Exam in Indonesia. Okay, now let's go to the main topic this morning. I'm going to talk about the overview of the Philippine education. the new normal education, the STEM education practices in the Philippines. So according to UNESCO, education changes lives, it provides opportunity, it enables individual to the future, it builds stronger, more tolerant, and cohesive societies. It is the foundation of a strong economy. In short, education matters. No, we hold on that a statement coming from UNESCO. In my case, I believe education is the platform that learners will enjoy the teaching and learning. Enjoy, no? The teaching and learning that will inspire them to succeed in an educational community that works cooperatively and aspire to be great, where the potential of every child and young person is actively developed. Now, you will see this is a typical classroom, elementary classroom in the Philippines, more years ago, no, not this time. No? And you will see in 2012, this is the start of the K-12 program in the Philippines, because before it's just a 10-year program. No? Now in 2012, we started the K-12 program from kinder to grade 12. And you will see here, no, this is 2013, first batch, second batch, no. Grade 12 will be graduating in 2017. And hopefully, no, the first batch of our graduate for the K-12 program will be in 2024. Very young. No? Now, when you enroll in the senior high school after the grade 10, you enroll in the senior high school, you are going to choose, no? As a student, you are going to choose what track you are going to enroll. No? I have encircled here the STEM, no, as one of the priorities track of the Philippine government. And from this track, so, okay. So you will see here, no, this is the academic track, because the Philippine government is looking forward that after senior high school, the student could be able to work if they don't want to go to the university. So if they want to go to the university, they have to enroll the academic track, the sport track, and the arts and design. But this one is already prepared them to work, no, after graduation at the grade 12. Now, access to education. In the Philippines, you will see here that 90% of Filipinos are Christians, and a little bit more than 10% is the Muslim. And you will see here that we have also priority, no, in terms of priority education, our Muslim brothers, no, there are 1.6 million learners, no, coming from them. And we have the IPs, no, I know in Malaysia there are IPs. I have see YouTube, no, in Japan and other countries, no. So they are important in the educational system of any country that includes the Philippines. So here you will see that in our educational program in the Philippines, no, we have 4 modes, no. You go here, the special education program, no, open high school, no, or alternative delivery modes, we call it ALS, and this is for out of school youth. So that is to address, no, illiteracy among from our populations. Now, in 2017, this is our President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. In 2017, he signed a law providing free tuition in government-run schools. No? And that is a very important law because...
Alert from Google Chrome.
Oops. Sorry. Can you still see my slides? No more?
No, Prof. Prof. Yeah.
Okay. Let me go back. Stop sharing. Oops. Okay. Okay. Can you see now?
Yes.
I hope, yes. Okay. So the Philippine government appropriated this much money, it's around 1 billion US dollars, every year to address the needs of our students, for free education. So it tells us that education is now free from kinder to college. You can find that in the Philippines. And there are 110 state universities and colleges in the Philippines that offer a free education to our college students. Now, this is in terms of budget, in the opening statement of the president of the science uh, just this morning, he says about the economic impact. And here, you will see that education is given priority in our budget as according to our constitution. So, from 2010 up to the present time, education still get the highest slice of a pie, in terms of the budget allocation of the Philippine government. This is DepEd, our Department of Education. That includes our education, it's 659.38 billion. That's a lot of money. And according to CHED, the Philippines is not actually lag behind in terms of faculty teaching in the university. In this record, it shows that 48% in the university has master's degree, and 20% has a PhD degree. Now, why we are doing it? Now, why we focus in STEM education? Because according to former Senator Bam Aquino, the Philippines need 19,000 scientists. And at the present, we have only a ratio of 189 scientists per million. Philippines is 110 million. And we are coping it. And how do we cope it? Our President Duterte, signed a law. We call it balik scientists or returning scientists. These are scientists Filipino scientists who went abroad, worked abroad, and they are invited to return to their homeland, to the Philippines, to render service to their countrymen. And that is one of our programs. Now, this is the data in 2016. We have 645,000 graduates. In 2018, 2019, you will see here that our STEM students enrolled, science, technology, engineering, agriculture, and mathematics. It's not art, it's agriculture in the Philippines. So we have 1.2 million enrollees, and we believe that with that, let's say 80% will able to graduate. Now, this is the impact in the global competitive index. Because of the intervention done by the government, done by the universities and other sector, the Philippines able to improve its global competitiveness index, with 12 spots. And you will see here, that there are 12, which cited by the Department of Information and Communication Technology about, the increase in terms of its performance. Now, let's move forward. Higher education faculty by highest degree attained institution in school year 2018-2019, you will see here that we are addressing the needs of our basic education and higher education. We produce now more PhD, more specialized masteral degree. Okay, so here, let's skip this. Let's skip this one. Okay, let's skip this one. I can share with you the presentation. I am on what's happening in the Philippines at the present. Okay, this is the proposed STEM integration that we are doing in the university. Now, is the Philippines ready for education in this pandemic? You will see here that this is before the COVID. This is now during the COVID. the government, no, our universities, the Department of Education is doing its part, no, to ready, no, and to address the needs during the pandemic, because all schools in the Philippines are online or in modular type, no face-to-face. So, but we continue, no, doing engagement like competition, virtual competition, no longer face-to-face competition. And our Department of Science and Technology is develop a material courseware in order also to address the need. No? This is the teacher, no, a Filipino teacher doing an online class. I don't know if that happens in other country, no, but in the Philippines you will see there, no. It's a very creative teacher, no? And we continue educate our teachers all throughout the country in order to prepare them to engage their students even in these new normal times. This is the typical Filipino families, the parents doing or helping their students, their children, no, to to learn their lessons. Okay, so this is one, no. This is common in the Philippines. You will see it, no, from north to the south of the Philippines. Okay, so in the report of the DepEd, you will see here, no, that we are still lacking of qualified faculty, no, in teaching basic education. But we are doing it. No, the Department of Science and Technology is providing scholarship, no, bachelor's degree. Okay, so time is out.
Yes, Prof.
Okay.
Time is up.
Okay,
You can
thank you.
finish up and conclude.
Okay, in conclusion, the STEM education in the Philippines is going forward. No, we continue to have the collaboration. We continue to engage our students so that, no, this will help, no, the government address, no, and sustain its economic development. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much, Prof. Jasper, for sharing with us how very serious your government taking into account about education. Okay, now it's time for our first session of question and answer. But before that, to Professor Dr. Toshinobu Hatanaka, we would like to apologize for the earlier technical issue. Hope we can cover it by having because a lot of questions are being addressed to you. So I'm going to ask the first two questions to Professor Toshinobu. So Prof, there are two questions to you. So the first question is, during the activity, what kind of method used to test the students' understanding about the topic they are learning? And the second question is, how Japan educators and teachers are being motivated to and how they motivate the student to be interested in science, to learn science. Okay, Prof. Toshinobu.
Okay, I will answer that question. If I have more time, I think I can explain more about this other one, but and maybe I will share a screen again. And wait. The question is about the assessment, right? The one is that after one activity or after they have learned about the concept, teacher can give them another problem that the student need to apply what they have learned. So in these photos, the student already learned about their idea about the period, but in this activity, the cardboard can swing, and when the student change the position of the magnet, the period can change. So if student want to sing a faster song or slower tempo, they have to change the position of the magnet, right? And it's related to the concept of the period pendulum. So the one way is the teacher can give a student another example related to the learning during the class. That is the one way of the assessment.
Okay,
I can say the application. The other one is the other one is Oshima already explained that the student have to make something, right? In the toy making. And after that activity, teacher can ask the student to explain why it works like that. In that learning, in that situation, in that class, students have to explain what they have learned. So during the class, they also can, the teacher can assess the student understand well or not using that kind of activity. That is the other example of assessment. The other one is usually teacher asks the student to writing a report in the notebook, and the teacher collect the notebook, and the teacher can finding out their understanding. The third one is a report, and another one is in some activity, teacher can ask student to draw a diagram. Like electricity, teacher can ask why the bulb light, and let the student draw the diagram about the current direction or something, whatever. So the drawing, the another way of the assessment. That is the answer for assessment. And the other one is motivation, right?
Yes, motivation.
So, and this kind of experiment, like toy making, this student have motivation to make a toy, and the student will try to explain the concept. So using the activity, teacher try to motivate the student. The other one is also using this apparatus, student have to sing, and if they want to change the tempo, they have to change the place of the magnet, right? So I believe that the best way to motivate the student is give them a good activity.
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much,
you very
Prof.
much.
So you means that the assessment are based on the student centric, not like a very standardized experiments like assessment method. And I think this actually like answers one of the question by Shanti Krishnan, where the method are based on the theory, right? Where it means that when the students doing the experiments, it's going to relate on the theory. Am I right, Prof?
Yeah. So their sequence of activity, right? After they finding the scientist concept, they have to apply the scientific theory to the activity.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. So
Yeah.
now I'm going to Professor Dr. Ryugo Oshima. So maybe you can share with us how does the concept of cultivating exemplary social behavior during the early stage of education will help students to learn STEM. Professor Ryugo?
Sorry. Okay, yeah. You mean the social attitudes?
Yes.
Yeah, when they make something, maybe they have to work collaboratively, and then they can have opportunity to work, and they can develop their social attitudes. But mainly, that this activity is for students to develop their understanding. That is my opinion.
Okay, and actually got another question goes to you, Prof. Is it quite well known that Japanese education put emphasis on exams, but how do educators actually like balance the need for exam preparation, the encouraging hands-on practicals, and the in activities in science and maths in the classroom? So maybe you can share with us.
Yeah, that is a good question. Today, I talk about science education in elementary school. Elementary school students are not very much under pressure of examination, but from lower secondary school, yeah, students and also teachers, they are under pressures of the examination. But from lower secondary school, science teachers have a lot of experiments. You know? they believe that is very good for students to understand and acquire knowledge of science. So they conduct a lot of experiments for examination, in my opinion. But from high school, it depends on teachers. No, if the high school levels are very high, teachers don't conduct experiments, just provide knowledge. But in the lowest level, sometimes teachers provide more experiments for students to enjoy science. But it depends on teachers or students. But I think gradually teachers at high school, they provide more experiments than before.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe Dr. Jasper can also share with us how do educators can motivate the students to learn in the pandemic situation, Dr. Jasper?
Well, in the Philippines, our classes are online. That is a challenge. So in the university, we provided them the coaching, one-on-one coaching, in order for them to catch up with their lessons, as well as the experiments they are doing at home. So it's a simple experiment rather than a critical experiment, because they are limited with what they are available in their home. So in the university level, we provide them simple activities that can be part of the lessons in order to improve their learning. At this point, so it's very limited engagement in terms of science activities, problem-solving activities, and other about how to improve in learning science.
Alert from Google Chrome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jasper. And I have to go back to our Japanese speakers, to both Dr. Toshinobu and Dr. Ryugo. Maybe you can share a bit experience about the science culture in Japan, and whether your student are very interesting in pursuing their science stream, because I think Dr. Jasper presented like they have a stream, right, in Philippines. How about in Japan? Maybe you can share.
Yeah, nowadays the students who want to be science stream are getting more and more increasing, but not much, I think, because the people think that if the students study in science stream, they might get a better salary relatively. That is one of the reasons. It's increasing, but I think it's not much. That is my opinion.
Okay, Dr. Ryugo, you want to add on?
Yes, I think Japanese education focusing on the middle level of students, and then we educate like they become general. I say not very special, but general things. About science, about Japanese, English, mathematics, general levels. So we focus on that such kind of education. But so far we didn't focus on the very high level students. But now Professor Hatanaka told us now we have super science high schools, or so special science courses at high school levels. So in high schools, the system has been changed. I think.
Okay, thank you. I think we are really run out of time. I have one last question to Dr. Jasper. I'm going to combine two questions at once. So, Dr. Jasper, do you think the science stream is only for higher achiever? And what are the challenges when teacher want to implement or integrate STEM in the primary or elementary? Maybe like you can have one last answer, then I'll go back a bit to Dr. Ryugo and also Dr. Toshinobu. Okay, Dr. Jasper.
Well, in the Philippines, not really, because when you enroll in the university, particularly in engineering and science-related courses, mathematics, you should be in the STEM strand when in the high school, because it will find you difficult, no, to engage in higher mathematical subjects if you came from different strand. That's why in the Philippines, more students enroll in STEM education or STEM strand in high school in order to prepare them in the university. What's the last question?
The challenges that educators face when want to implement the integrated STEM.
Well, I think no, in the university, the students, no, the teachers in the elementary and high school should provide them real engagement, no, problem-solving skills, no, in order to for students to appreciate the beauty of science and math.
Thank
They
you.
need that.
Yes, thank you very much. One last quick round. Just want to know about the Japanese lecturers. What are the challenges, Prof. Toshinobu?
Of teachers?
Yeah, among the teachers and maybe the educators. What are the challenges?
Educators
Yes.
in STEM education.
Yes.
According to the international assessment, the students are not much interested in science compared to the international average. So when I see some documents related to science educations, government want to raise their interest, and it's getting better, but still we try to let the student get more interest in science. That is the things we have to face it. Yes.
Yes.
That is what I'm thinking.
Thank you. Any addition from Dr. Ryugo? Last one, just last one.
Okay, thank you. And I think that Japanese teachers have lesson studies, so they improve science lessons cooperatively with other teachers. So their lessons or their lesson skills are very sophisticated. But STEM education is very new, especially for from lower secondary school teachers. So they have to change their teaching styles. Yeah, and then also teaching materials. Maybe science teachers at lower secondary school levels, they are a little bit afraid of that.
Yes,
but I believe they can do that.
I think you make the point very clear. Okay, thank you very much. Now we are going to go for the second round and of the speakers. So for the second round, the first one, I would like to invite Dr. Jahan Ahmad from School of Education Studies. But to the three speakers, don't, if you can still stay, it will be good, because at the end we still have going to have the Q&A session. So Dr. Jahan will be presenting about the persistence and attrition in STEM major for a career choice. So I'm going to pass this to Dr. Jahan.
Okay, sorry. Let me share my screen first. I hope everyone can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everyone. So the title of my presentation this morning is Persistent and Attrition in STEM Major for a Career Choice. So my presentation is more on the research findings and hope that, all of us can benefit, yeah? Okay, so this is not something new. We know that future growth on STEMs are projected on STEM-related field. For example, in manufacturing, defense, healthcare, finance, government, weather forecasting, and even digital arts and music require professional in STEM fields. But sadly, the involvement of STEM-related careers still experiencing severe shortage. As mentioned by Prof. Hatanaka, many students, they don't like science, and also if they want to pursue science career, they want to have probably because of the salary or the money. Okay, so the selection of career is often for everybody influenced by how much money we make. Yeah, and there are many factors for student selection of major at the universities. For example, of course, mentioned just now about salary, and then they're looking at the ranking for the university in terms of the academic quality, and also they're looking at the how much the university can support in terms of facility or probably gender equality, and also students looking at the support like from the advisors, or the mentors. So we know that STEM majors like engineering fields, they are more expensive than humanities or social sciences. So that is why probably that's one of the reason why they opt for different majors. Okay, so the objective of our study are to investigate students' views on STEM careers, selection of STEM majors at the university, attrition, students' intention to persist or retain or drop out from the universities. So the methods is a mixed method research design. So I just completed my first phase. It is quantitative. So the target population were diploma, undergrad, and also postgraduate students from 5 technical universities in Malaysia. It's about 130 respondents. Quite difficult to get more respondents, even though we have submitted the survey through email. And we had 77 males and 53 females, and age around 18 to 40 years old. And most of them are majoring in civil engineering, mechanical, electrical, and some other technical majors. So the questionnaire was adapted from STEM career interest survey. Okay, so looking at the respondents' family income, about 90 of them came from lower income family, which is B40. 30 of them from middle income, and about 10 of them from upper income family. Okay, so for the research question, is there any significant difference between different level of education in terms of students' view towards STEM careers? So there was no significant difference between the level of current education and student views on STEM careers for science, maths, and technology, but there was a significant difference for engineering. So meaning that diploma, undergrad, and postgrad students, they view engineering as STEM field, as STEM careers, but not for science, technology, and also maths. Okay, is there any significant difference among universities in terms of student view towards STEM careers? So we find that there was no significant difference for science and maths, but there was significant difference for technology and engineering. So meaning that comparing the universities, among universities, so students view engineering and technology as STEM field, but not science or math. Okay, I continue. Is there any significant difference between female and male in terms of student persistence to retain STEM major for university support and gender equality? So we can see that the male student persistence is higher than the females, for them to persist or retain their major, looking at gender equality and university support. But statistically, there was no significant difference between male and female in terms of persistence to retain their major at the university based on the support and gender equality. Is there any significant difference between major and probability to drop or retain STEM major at the university? So we find that there was no significant difference between major and probability to drop. However, there was significant difference between major and probability to drop, but there was no significant difference between major in terms of student probability to retain STEM major. So when we find that electrical engineering students, recorded the highest mean in probability for them to drop STEM major at university. Okay, is there any significant difference between female and male students in terms of probability to drop or retain? So we see the mean score for students for female is higher, okay, for dropping a major, but statistically there is no significant difference between male and female. Okay, this is mentioned earlier about electrical engineering students. Okay, is there any significant difference between level of current education in terms of probability to drop STEM major at university? So we find that master's candidate students recorded the highest mean in probability to drop the STEM major. But for diploma candidates, they have the lowest mean score. Okay. But statistically, there is no significant difference between level of current education in terms of their probability to drop STEM major at university. Okay. All right. So other findings from our study, okay, when we asked the respondents what is their expected income after 5 years graduation, so quite surprisingly, they answered, like quite low amount, is around between 4,500 to 5,800 income, about 67% of them. Okay, and only about 33% expected to have more than 6,000. And then the students major in engineering, they will persist in this field after graduation. So we found that about 80% of them mentioned they are going to retain their engineering career, but about 20% of them would like to explore other fields like business, education, science, health. Yeah. And when we ask them to rank their job prospect after graduation, of course, the first is engineering, and then the last is law. Okay, so I've come to the conclusion. So we find that most of the respondents categorize engineering as STEM careers, but they don't see science, technology, and maths as a STEM career. And then, of course, because they are engineering majors, so they perceive engineering is the upper rank of all careers. We have also conducted some studies in the West. So we can see that students can easily change or drop out from their major, especially in the first semester or their sophomore years, because many of them are not tied to scholarship or loan. Okay, but the majority of the respondents, Malaysian students, they are from low income families, and many of them receive scholarship or loan. Okay, so that's why it's not easy for them to drop out or to change their majors. So we figure that they are more obedient in terms of self discipline to complete their studies. Okay, and between gender, we find that there's no significant difference for girls and boys to pursue STEM fields, as Malaysian educational system offers similar opportunities between genders, meaning boys and girls, they have equal opportunity to in education. Okay, and of course, most respondents prefer to retain or perceive in engineering fields, but male students, they have higher persistence to retain in this field. Okay, and then however, we did find about 26% of respondents, they did consider to change their career to non-STEM after graduation. So after this, I will conduct some more interviews to have some in-depth or to do some in-depth analysis about whether they, how they want to persist in STEM majors, or whether they want to change, or whether they have intention to work in engineering or technical field, or they want to change to non-STEM field. Okay, so these are the references. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jahan. Wow. Okay, that's a very revealing about engineering students. Oh, okay. I'm their lecturers. So thank you very much for the information. All right. So then we are going to go for our next speaker, Dr. Chong Chow Min from the Faculty of Agriculture, University Putra Malaysia, with his presentation titled STEM Learning in Aquaculture During the Pandemic. It must be interesting topic to be discussed. Over to you, Dr. Chong.
Thank you. Can everyone see my screen?
Not yet. Not yet. It's still blank.
Okay, hold on, yeah.
Dr. Chong, we cannot see your presentation.
Yeah. So is it possible, if we have the difficulty, can the host share his presentation? And while we are waiting for Dr. Chong for the
Okay,
audience,
1 minute.
Don't forget to fill in the Google form for your certificate of attendance. Because the link has been shared in the chat. I believe for the YouTube and the Facebook, the link are also being shared by the host for that particular channels, right? So the link will be closed at 1:45. So please don't forget to register your attendance via the chat.
Hi everyone. Can you?
Yeah,
I'm
we
still.
still cannot. We can hear you, but we cannot see your presentation just yet.
Yeah.
Give me a minute, yeah. Okay.
Okay. So we actually have a very interesting backgrounds of the speakers for today. Yeah, for the all the informations we have, like from the education, we have from agriculture, and we have later from physics. We have from Brunei, Indonesia's, that are going to share with us with a lot of topic to be shared today. So this is going to be very interesting day. Now we can see Dr. Chong. Yes.
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, let me. Yeah, I think my screen is hanging. Okay, I think while waiting for me to resolve the technical issues, maybe Dr. Mas, can you address some questions addressed to the
Yes.
previous
All
speakers?
right.
Thanks. Sorry.
Okay, that will be good.
You want me to share your the screen? You want me to share?
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. So you will share. You will use yours.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I think why.
Okay, so actually well, it's okay. It's I think these are all the challenges that we all are facing in this pandemic era.
Can you see? Can you see now?
Yes. Now it is
Will.
nice.
Okay. Finally.
All right,
Okay.
over to you, Dr. Chong.
Thank you so much, and sorry for the technical issues. I'm Chong. I'm from University Putra Malaysia. I'm a fish immunologist. So today I'm going to share with you STEM learnings in aquaculture during the pandemics. I need to speed up because I have technical issues also. So hopefully I can accommodate that. So this is the outline. So we know a lot of you from education or from different backgrounds than aquaculture. So I'm going to give a brief intros about aquaculture and then the new challenge that we face, and also some tips how to address STEMs in aquacultures, and also Q&A. So let's start with the introductions first. So for your information, what wild capture fisheries has actually achieved saturations. So we have reached a plateau, and studies shown that seafood from the oceans may be gone by 2048. So to compensate the aqua protein needs, so aquaculture just want to tell you some backgrounds. Aquaculture is not just culturing fish. So when I tell students that aquaculture is actually a STEM subject, people will say, okay, aquaculture is not like you go to the farm and growing the fish. I just want to tell you that it's more than that. There's a lot of science and technology involved. So every year before the pandemic crisis, we actually, our university organized open days for the public to know about aquaculture and how it related to science and technologies, especially in culture system. We want to save minimum volumes the waters and also minimum volume of electricity. So we need to innovate the culture system, and also culture of aquaculture is also referring to not only for food purpose, we also culturing aquatic animal for biomedical purpose. For example, the blood of horseshoe crab here can use to become biomarkers, and also we culture aquatic animals and plants for ornamental purposes. So, and also involve genetics, because genetics is an important science in aquaculture. We like to know which brood stocks are the best so that they can produce resistant and fast growing offsprings. So we carry out the genetics and so on, and we do field samplings to study about the population, conservations of environments, and so on. So we do water quality, as I mentioned just now, to make sure that aquaculture will not compromise the environments and ecosystems. So aquaculture is actually also culture the small little animals or plants, microscopy, like microalgae. We culture them for live feed and also biomolecules. Do you know that a lot of our antibiotics, antimicrobial compound is isolated from aquatic animals? So aquaculture is beyond that, and also we culture the little small zooplanktons. For example, the video here, you can see that the seahorse are eating the zooplankton. So zooplankton are important aspects for aquacultures. So and also we have we also culture zooplankton. So the video here, you can see that maybe it is irritated some of you, but there is a delicious meal for aquatic animals, especially ornamental fish. So next, move on. Disease is one of the issues. For example, from time to time, the farmer will approach us saying that their fish is not healthy. So even seahorse or the ornamental species that we know, tail rots disease, that we need to try to isolate the disease and diagnose what kind of disease present. So to find the solutions. So aquaculture is also beyond culturing the animals, involved like we doing vaccines. And here, this is the ultrasound machine I have. We vaccinate the fish through ultrasounds. And on the left here, we have the microbrachium. We take their bloods. Their blood is actually blue color. We want to assess their immune status. So in short, that is aquaculture. That is actually it's actually a multidisciplinary fields that they involve a lot of involve science and technologies. So let me move on to the main sections of my sharing, which is the challenges during the pandemics. So I would like to share one of the several issues, not all, because I'm running short of times. So first of all, we have a pandemic crisis, and then most of the institutes shift to online teaching modes, and it is actually very familiar modes of teaching and learning for both instructors and also learner. So what happened is that when we want to teach online, let's say synchronous teachings, we realize that a lot of students, they are not all on their webcams, and you're not getting the response like face to face. So the instructor feeling unable to engage with the students, so they will try to ask everyone understand or not. Maybe they get a complete silence from the students. So what they do, they usually throws like, now I give you assignments to for you, to make sure you understand. So giving assignment is not only by a single lectures, but a lot of educators do so. So the learner will be taxed and burdens with a lot of assignments due to the lack of the face-to-face immediate interactions. So the student feel that lack of motivations. They're in the study area that is is a lot of motivation. Maybe their pets, their cats are next, they're living next to them, a lot of distractions, and then they feel that there's no human touch involved. So I would like to share you to the tips if I have times. So let's start with some activity here. So let's warm up. For me, even if you take the Google's modules for online remote teachings, the first far most important things is to start your activity with social emotional learnings. Now, social emotional learning activity is maybe you think it's not relevant to your course, but then it is very important to promote innate the sense of belongings. So I would like to, if for those participants joining, you can actually use your mobile phone, go to joinpd.com and key in Discord. So I would like to demonstrate one of the examples that we can do during your before the beginnings or even during your class. So you head on to this one. So for here, you can see that I have posted the questions. So for example, the first question I asked is to draw your breakfast. Okay, if the student join now, and also the participants from YouTube or Facebook or even from WebEx, you can join using the codes. So when you join, right, my question is draw your breakfast. So this is what we call social emotional learning. Warm up the learning assignments with the non-relevant questions. Don't go to the points and asking tough questions or go to start with social emotional learning. So for example, you can see I think Becky joined this Perdex, and then they start to draw this. She has eaten a scrambled egg wraps, and by addressing them, you can use any software that can do interactive platforms, and they feel that the sense of belongings when you address them. So I think we have No Faha joining. I think this is one of the very versatile platform. Another example would be you can ask them to drag their locations. Tell me where's your location now. You can start this kind of activity first. So it's very simple. You can drag and drop, and you can actually play around all the functionalities of this software, and the student can get the real times. For example, I can see Nofaha is moving the icons into Penang. So I know Nofaha from Penang. So we get sometimes students are shy to open their minds, but then by asking questions by this kind of interactive platforms, you can ensure that students are engaged with you. They are not on their minds. They are not join the Google Meet or join the Zoom, and then they do nothing. No. So from here, you no need to give them burning assignments, but you still know they are actually engaging with you. So I move to my next tips. So I will just move on to my next tips will be embrace interactive learning platforms. The Perdex just now is one of the examples. There are more than that, like Menti, Mentors, you name it. There are many, many software we need to fully utilize and embrace online. Because, for example, I can ask a questions here. On the Perdex, I can ask like real-time feedbacks. Do you think aquaculture is just culturing fish? Then the student can start to type their feedbacks. So from here you can have a real-time assessment, which you can't do in your face-to-face learning. You can do, but it's very hard for us during face-to-face to call the student name out one by one to check their understanding. But on online learnings, the pro about the advantage about online learning is actually you can have a real time checking, like Daria say, agree to my question and so on. You can check their understanding, which is good. So yeah, we know that online learnings have a lot of disadvantage, but let's make use of the full advantage features we can. Okay, so let's move on to so for examples, I'm teaching neurologies, and action potentials. Action potential is quite complicated. So when I telling them what is depolarizations and so on, this is one of the videos. All these single drag and drop just now, you can play around with this one. You know, all these are the students, all these dot drag by the students. When you tell them, okay, let's say you have certain proteins activated, can you move the dots down? And then they move down, and then you say which one is more negative, which one is more positive. You know, fully utilize the technologies. So next is introduce games. Games, if I have times, I can share with you. There's many games you can do. So one of the which is free, if I may. So it's called Free PT. So this is Free PT, freept.net. So this is free that you can do a lot of game here. For examples, this one is what we call manipulative. So I teach about water property, where you know hydrogen can form hydrogens can hydrogens can form the water hydrogen atoms of the waters can form hydrogen bonds with oxygens and so on. All these PPTs is actually customizable. For example, this I'm teaching complements is an immune subjects. When I say that when the pathogens intrudes and what happens, the C3 is activated into what, you know, you can drag and drop and let the student play with them interactively. So don't just stick to one way lectures. Introduce games. You know, for example, the PTs of scavenger games. So you can ask questions to check them into small groups. So for example, asking a quiz question here, you can give them the hints. For example, the answer will be iron. So I put the iron photo here. So the students straight away get the hints, and they will maybe you can say that this is like a cheating, but then it's actually give a good impression to the student, and when student come to that question in future, they will remember and into irons and so on. There's many ways you can make your class fun. And next is be flexible. You know, not many students have a stable internet. For example, for me just now I have my Webex not working, that I need to restart my Webex again. So yeah, I need to be flexible. Even myself, I believe I have a good internet, but I still face the internet problems. So you know, we always give alternative assignments. If they cannot join, but they can't earn the similar marks like the other students do, then you give them alternative assignment. For example, you upload your synchronous teachings online, so that they become as asynchronous learning. So you give them some activity for them to do. Always be flexible. Don't be so rigid. And the last and not least will be practical sections. Practical learnings usually is being taught by educator. They believe we can't do practical learnings, so let's don't do it. But you know, you can just be creative. So I can, if I have few more time, I think this is my last point. I would like to share with you. You can be
I'm
creative.
giving you extra time, 1 minute, Dr. Chong.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have for example, practical sections. So you can, you learn how to make cake, you have learn how to cook through YouTube videos. Same for my students. I believe learning through doing. So for example, I always ask the practical sections, use household material. So for example, this video, my student is using the household material to do the paddle wheels for the aquaculture aerators. And these all my students, they are actually doing the auto feeders for fish. So they design, and then they can post online, so we can comment what is the problem. So you can see that they are doing the auto feeders. Not just be creative. Some maybe hardly achieved by your courses, but some you can. For example, this one, like they they produce a carbon dioxide diffuser for aquatic plants by culturing sugar and yeast together. They can do at homes, and then they can share on any LMS or Google Classroom, and everyone can give feedback. So don't just ignore the practical sections. Try to be creative. So I think that is my tips. I try to share my best, and then the discussion. I think the Q&A we will keep it to the end of the sections. So I pass the screen to the moderator. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much, Dr. Chong. Yes, that's very creative, and we know that Asian students are very shy, but sometimes they can get very nice during the online session. So I'm going to go for the next speaker, but if Dr. Chong, if you want to answer any of the question in the chat, you can do that by all means. So the next speaker, I would like to invite Dr. Firman. Yes, you can answer through the chat because someone is asking about the offer and so on. So that will be good. All right. I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Firmanul Chaturwibowo from the Department of Physics Education, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia, with a presentation titled Unveil STEM with Guppy, Game Open Online Physics Instructional. Okay, from the C, we go to physics. Over to you, Dr. Firmanul.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mas. Can you see my screen?
Yes, your screen is very clear.
Okay, thank you. Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable of Dean School of Education Studies, Professor Hairunisa, Chairperson National STEM Association Malaysia, Professor Dr. Nooraida Idris, and the Honorable all participants and all speaker. All speaker is interesting, luar biasa. Okay, in this morning, I want to explain the result of this research. Unveil STEM with simulation GOOP. GOP, the acronym of Game Open Online Physics Instructional. Okay, I come from Indonesia. The university is Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Okay, the outline of this presentation: STEM with copy, STEM with ELD, ELD interactive lecture demonstration. Okay, nowadays, the student and my student like from hobby scheme in pandemic COVID. Trend came in here, Apex Legend Mobile, Fight Excel Mobile, Temping Basic Mobile, and then how to the direct from learning STEM, especially, and then actually the image coffee that is not hot. What do you feel? Not. And then,
Prof.
Okay, yeah, because coffee is not hot. The problem is thermos, broken thermos. Okay, and then housewife need a thermos. The student household need, because he did not have enough money to buy new thermos. Jadi housewife not money buy to the new thermos, and then he decided to buy a used thermos from a used good seller. The problem then arose when the thermos was filled with hot water. It turned out then in less than 2 hours, the water is the flash had turned cold. Okay, the water is not hot. The flash or thermos he bought did not work properly, which could keep the water hot up to day at a night. Okay. And then a housewife who has a child who goes to high school needs a thermos for household need because he did not have enough money to buy new thermos. He decided to buy a used thermos from a used goods seller. The problem that arose, the thermos was filled with hot water. It turned in the last 2 hours. The water is the flash had turned cold. As a high school student who has learned about heat transfer in physics, write down as many creativity science related questions as you can about the malfunction flash or thermos that your mother bought you. And then the water is not hot. Okay, actually, the student forward of the classes wall is not seen. After you ask the creative question, you check the condition the flash or thermos. You see the outside of the flash still look good. And then you check the lid is still good. It is made of plastic. Okay. But when the peak inside the flash is stood out that in the side of the thermos, you see that there are some parts that are no longer seen and apparatus. Okay, the glasses wall is not seen and apparatus. Based on the fact you see and the knowledge you get from studying physics, try the guys what is the cause the malfunction of the flash in the mother, and then based on the fact you see in the estimate the cause the flash that your mother box is to malfunction, we can use do the help your mother fix the flash or thermos. And then in order the thermos the function properly, it is called hot water from less 6 hours. And then how STEM with activity can accomplish STEM, science, technology, engineering, maths. How to the problem solve the problem of thermos or flash. Okay, and then learning objective and activities based on ELD. ELD interactive lecture demonstration with GOP from its lesson. Okay, this research the combine of ELD in GOP from the STEM activities. The learning objective number 1 is Mr. Adventure Thermos or Flash. Learning objective, knowing that the heat transfer design process consists of several steps can use of explore initial conception, and then explanation of the heat relation flash which the reduce by heat to the surface inside of the flash in the flash. The step of the science, technology, and maths from the first step, science, heat by conduction, convection, and radiation, as well as heat transfer by radiation can cause an explosion when exposed to gas. And then technology in this part, in this stage, selection of material to be used on repairing damaged flash use and cost, use of simulation in model design. And engineer steps, preparation of different design for the solution of malfunction of the flash, decision for the repairing the flash. And next step is mathematics step, determine of the glaze in the flash as a material reflection, determine of the flash cover can you work take. The Fikes is the teacher or lecturer explain to the student from the learning objective. And then to STEM activities number 2 is heat transfer, technology in the war of heat. Okay, the honorable all participants, the learning objective of technology in the war of heat explain that physics scholar use science, mathematics, knowledge, the solve problem about transfer and heat to a material, and then explain the microscopic concept of heat transfer. And then the science step, conduction in metal, between metal, convection is the boiling process when boiling water. And then the technology step, selection of metal material to be used in design of the thermos. Use and cost modeling the flash with simulation. And then the next step engineer, the objective, a system to safely demonstrate to the design and implementation of heat resistant flash. And then the mathematic step, measure how many degrees of temperature thermos can withstand. And then STEM activities number 3, illusion demonstration. Okay, in this step illusion demonstration, learning objective, linking of the cause of the heat transfer based on phenomena environment. And then next step, analysis heat transfer even with the Black principle. Black principle ini in this science step, STEM, the first step is science. The Black principle describe if there are two different objects whose temperature are mixed or put together. And then technology steps, the law of conservation of energy atau Black principle. The step of engineer, creating and applying innovation thermos design that can withstand the long-lasting heat of Western food. And then the mathematics step, mathematical calculate related to the law of conservation energy. Okay, and then the last STEM activity number 4 is GOP. Okay, the unveil of the GOP ini GOP, performance of microscopic heat transfer phenomena. Describe of conduction properties and microscopic phenomena in the particle. Describe the nature, convention, and microscopic phenomena it is particle. The STEM activity number 1, science. The step is the fact of the microscopic phenomena. And the technology step, microscopic phenomena can be observed directly by air. And the step engineer, design application product, development project, the make cat of water flash. And the last step in mathematics, determine of process reflection focal point in the mirror contained in the glass in the flash to be used. Okay, this is GOP. GOP, Game Open Online Basic Instructional. And then you can see download my simulation in this URL. Okay, the simulation. Okay, you can see my GOP simulation. Okay, the user password is Fisika. Password 123. Okay, login. Okay, in this my simulation, in Indonesian curriculum, kompetensi inti and kompetensi dasar, and indicator, the indicator of the heat transfer, conduction, convection, and radiation. The focus of the GOP ini is simulation. Okay, number 1 is missy 1. The simulation 1. Hello, my name is Andy. I want to explain to you the conduction. Okay, and then the conduction. Okay, this is metal. Okay, bunsen and thermometer. Okay, and then the microscopic. Okay, the microscopic of the metal, and then click the button mulai. Okay, and then the microscopic vibration of the particle is vibration and rotation from the metal particle. And then the conduction simulation 2, the aluminum and tembaga. Okay, and then the thermometer, microscopic of the particle. Okay, and then you see the finish of the simulation. You can see the games from the next mission. You see click the from the test. In the test, Okay. If the file from the pics, okay. Okay, this is job GOP from you can see download. Okay. Okay. This is copy the simulation of game, combination of game in physics, the physics heat transfer, physics username physics, and password 123. You can see download in here. I want to paste in chat column, and then you can see install your computer or other device. Okay. And then, okay, the learning objective of ELD. ELD itu interactive lecture demonstration. Okay. The last step, STEM activities, find online game use. Okay. Find online use, GOOP with simulation. Okay. The questionnaire. Okay. And the STEM step, number one is science, reflect of the glass button, the flash, distribute. Okay. And then technology reflection of mirror, the button. And then the engineer step, produce, design, and application to use the pencil draw. And mathematics, determining shadow information, point, use mirror combination. Okay? Okay. This is ELD project. The step is predict, construct, and reflect. Okay? You can see okay, thank you. Learning will be developed or young children with logical thinking if we encourage them to think and reason as early as possible. Nooraida Idris. Thank you very much and success for
Thank you very much, Dr. Firmanul. Yes, a very interesting games that you have created. Wow, then if like that, a lot of students will join your class. Maybe you can share the link, the one that for the Guppy in the chat box because they are asking about it. Okay, Dr. Firmanul. Okay, for the other question, I'm going to later on we're going to discuss in the Q&A section. So next we have Dr. Haja Hardimah Haji Muhammad Said from Sultan Hassan Al Bolkiah Institute of Education, University Brunei Darussalam. She'll be sharing with us her initiatives in providing exposure to STEM education to Bruneian students. So I'll pass to you, Dr. Haja.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and we can
Can
see your
you hear me?
presentation.
All right, good. All right, very good morning to everyone. I'm Haja Hardimah Haji Muhammad Said from University Brunei Darussalam and from the Sultan Hassan Al Bolkiah Institute of Education, Brunei. So today I would just like to share with you all on the kind of initiative that we have been providing in order to expose our Bruneian students on STEM education. So our Ministry of Education, Brunei Ministry of Education, has a vision of providing quality education as well as enhance producing dynamic nation. In our strategic planning of 2018 to 2022, our quality education is looking at to equip our students with knowledge and 21st century skills to be future-ready citizens, and hence for them to be able to develop positive, responsible learners as well as able to contribute to our nation positively. And at the same time, we have a vision of providing dynamic nation which is able to adapt quickly to the changing environment for our continuous participation in this dynamic as well as sustainable economy, knowledge-based society in order to sustain the nation's economic development, be it in the social, political stability as well as in maintaining our competitive advantages. So moving on, so the kind of support that our Ministry of Education have been producing in terms of our STEM education is on the establishment of our STEP Center, which stands for Science, Technology and Environment Partnership. This center has been developed for more than 2 decades now. It is a collaboration with our Brunei Petroleum Company. And this partnership is aimed to organize any programs or activities which allow our schools, institution, as well as any other ministries and department, business or industries in our country to work together and be it at national, regional, or international level. And as a result, our STEP Center has been very active, and they have this main objective in order to provide opportunity for our students as well as teachers to gain experience and knowledge and skill in the STEM related to the enrichment initiative and project. And they are aiming to promote interest as well as awareness of our students towards the important STEM related field. Actually, in Brunei, we do not have a curriculum or syllabus that is implemented in our education system that asking our schools, teachers to do STEM as a subject. So this is mostly done through programs and activities only. So at a school level, what has been done so far is usually an initiative by the school themselves or the teachers themselves. And these are usually initiated by our science and the mathematics department in the school in terms of doing projects and project-based activities. And STEP ensure that there is a collaboration between our universities, so like UBD, and we have another university here, which is University Technology Brunei, UTB, as well as private sectors. And the most active private sectors is from our science center, based in our Brunei Petroleum Company, which they call it OGDC, which stands for Oil and Gas Discovery Center. So this center has been very active in providing collaboration with schools and universities for our school students to be exposed to any projects and programs. Such as we also have a team that have been created more recently, which they call it the STEAM Challenge. They provide training in terms of project management, how to manage a project, portfolio presentation, and technical training. And at the same time, they also annually trying to give a competition to our students in order to develop their interest on distance education. So, annually, OGDC and STEP, they actually try to give programs such as an Explorer Camp for the juniors. This one is to expose the juniors to be away from home, and they have a short camp between 2 to 3 days where they done many science and maths related activities. They also have an annual competition for women in science competition. This is specifically giving chance to our female students. And OGDC also actively held and organized our annual science shows to our science students in school who are interested to participate. And they also produce and organize activities which related to our science subject. At the tertiary level, so at the UBD, to be specific, at our Institute of Education, Chiba, we expose our teachers in training to be doing science show as well and recreational mathematics. Now, like science show for our teacher candidate who are doing science education, we make them do a part of their modules to be exposed on how to organize a science show and create a science show that they have an audience, which at the end of the semester or at the middle of the semester, we invited kids to watch our teachers in training to produce a science show. So they're working in phase, and this has been done for the past 3 years. And our first time doing this science show, we have invited OGDC because they have their specialized science educators, which train our teachers to how to perform or how to conduct science show from the start. to eventually produce the show. And in terms of the mathematics education, we allow our maths teacher in training to produce to create maths in a recreational way that makes students interested looking at maths not in terms of not only as a subject but as a daily things that can be seen through games, puzzle, and so on. Another university, so us is University Brunei Darussalam. Another university in Brunei, University Technology Brunei, they have been doing a lot of collaboration with OGDC, such as a short course for our secondary school students, where students are given a short course of about 5 days to do a program of what they call as the Jumpstart Junior Innovation Engineering Program. In this program, students are exposed to work in terms of producing robots, and so they are not only looking at the aspect of science and math, but they are also looking in terms of the engineering part on how to make a start of how to produce a model of robots and so on. And UTB as well, University Technology Brunei, also actively providing session which covered various topics related to STEM, such as they have a talk which specifically trying to encourage women, so female students, on topics of how women can be involved in the STEM related field. So usually like science engineering are seen as a male domain of job, but so we are trying to develop interest to our female student as well. And UTB also allow visits from the primary school students because they are at a young age. So not only they are involved in doing activities, but the primary school students are invited to come to the UTB, to the University Technology Brunei, to have a visit and they visited UTB, and they went to this Department of Applied Physics and Math. They went to the schools of Faculty of Engineering, and at the same time they're doing workshop as well as fun activities. So these are the kind of initiatives that we have been trying to do in order to expose our students to the STEM related field. This is because we don't have specifically a syllabus, as I said, a syllabus or curriculum that makes students to do STEM as a subject. However, recently we have one of our secondary school here in Brunei have introduced STEM as a school subject. It was initiated back in 2018, so it's coming to their third year now, which they have been creating this subject for their year 7 and year 8 students, those who are starting, who have moved from primary school to the secondary school. So this subject is offered to students who are seen to have the potential to proceed in doing STEM subject at a higher level. So in this subject, the students are expected to be involved in projects such as building a straw bridge, paper tower, water rocket, works, microorganism input, and so on. So the students are expected to be able to work at well-rounded of that 4 subjects together with art. Actually, it's not STEM, but it's STEAM. So it includes the art. So the students are asked to design, to draw, to calculate, measure. So all those aspects of that 5 subjects are involved. So as a result of this subject, it's not only introduce our more awareness to our young kids on STEM, but also we challenge the students in terms of their critical thinking because of they have to do it in a group, and they have to give feedback to the project that they have done. So as a result, they're doing the product evaluation, and this allow our young kids to be reflective. And so this is coming back to our MOE vision, where we want to produce to give quality education at the same time producing dynamic nation. So we want them to be able to work in a team, producing be able to work in producing projects that allow them to work as a group and discuss and being reflective. So this is an example of that one school that we have been introducing STEAM as a subject in their school. So at the end of the activities and project, the students are given a self-reflection page. So through this reflection, the student not only doing it for the sake of just doing it, that they are reflecting on things that they have experiencing, so such as they discuss about what they find it difficult, why is it difficult, what is most enjoyable. So students are asked to reflect, and at the same time they have the self-assessment weekly. So not only towards the end, but every week the students are asked to rate themselves on how the activities have been to them in terms of their working with their group members and so on. So they have this kind of assessment to this to this subject. However, so for what are our challenges, and I think most of our speakers also talk about our challenges. So we do have challenges in how we can provide STEM more exposure to our students. First thing is because of the time constraint. I think once we involve with this different kind of project and outreach program, it's teachers and school are expected to spend more time in producing and planning and so on. And at the same time, teachers need to be well trained and equipped with the skill that enable them to teach confidently all aspects of the STEM. So as a result, we know that thorough planning, teamwork, and active participation not only to one side of the teachers, but the whole teachers who are involved in order to make that STEM or STEAM in our case in one of our secondary school here, to be able to have a more successful STEM education exposure to our Bunayan students. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, our moderator got disconnected. Okay, hold on, yeah.
Okay, maybe we can move on to the next speaker from Indonesia, Dr. Evi Fatimatur Rusydiyah from Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Ampel, Surabaya. You can share your screen.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chou.
Not yet. Can you try share the full screen?
Yes, I'm gonna try.
Screen one, yeah. Thanks.
Can you see?
Not yet, still blank. Okay, can see now. Yes. Yeah, very nice.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My Excellency, Professor Dr. Hairul Nizar Ismail, Dean School of Education Studies USM. My Excellency, Datuk Professor Dr. Nooraida Idris, Chairperson National STEM Association Malaysia, speakers, and all participator here for the webinar entitled Intellectual Exchange on STEM Practices Among Educators in Southeast Asia and East Asia. It is very interesting for me to share our knowledge, to share our, it is one background, my research, but want to explore my research here, but it is the the preparation our research in STEM, especially in learning STEM. So my title in my PPT is Learning Environment STEM: How to make students involved in learning activities. Okay, I don't want to explore the definition about STEM because I'm sure that the definition about STEM have well known here. So I want to explore about especially in learning environment STEM, especially to explore how to make a student involved in learning activities. Integration model of STEM education. We know that by 2013 find the three models. The model one is SILO. The models second model is STEM, and STEM or the second model is embedded model, and the third model is integrated model. The SILO model, period model, English work, science work in the line itself, technology work in the line in itself, mathematics in the line itself, and engineering work in the line itself. But the second model should science is a motor to improve how to technology, engineering, and mathematics can be done, and so we call embedded model. And the third model is STEM integrated or integrated STEM. Integrated STEM, all of component of STEM work in one line. So it is okay in one line. So embedded, we call embedded a model. Okay, characteristic of STEM learning. One of the characteristic of STEM learning is its extensive engineering design process is used for integrating science, mathematics, and technology. So I wanna ask you, I wanna explain you about engineering design process. In one important thing in the STEM learning environment. So engineering design process is one of the center of learning environment. STEM learning environment, all of the component I use in research as my indicator to my research with my friend from UIN Riau and IAIN Parepare. I wanna find that my student before and after, then they have been held in internship program, have understanding, different understanding before they held internship program and before and after internship program. So because engineering design process is a center, the role, the engineering design process is integration. Integration is student work on tasks in the context of complex phenomena or situation that require to use knowledge and skills from various scientific discipline. Personal experience, students learn through situation-based assignment from their own knowledge and personal experience. Realistic problem It means that students learn based on through complex problem project that relate the real life experience or student outside of school. Then multiple representation, it means that student learn based on present experiences which will affect their future. And collaboration, it means that a student become part of the learning community and learn through the teamwork. And the last, student center instruction, that student become learning center, active in learning, act as collaboration, planners, experimenters, yeah, and produce work as learning outcomes. The teacher become the facilitator here for all student activities. What is engineering? As I say before, that engineering design process is one point thing or important thing for this STEM learning environment. So what is engineering? Engineering is closely related to designing activities and making a structure, a product design, process, model, tools, and system. So when we concern about learning environment STEM, so we must to concern to how to teaching and learning. Can produce structure, product design, process, model, tools, and system, and etc. Carparo, and Morgan find that engineering design process, starting from us, identify a problem and constraints, research, ideate, or design, analyze ideas, build, test and refine, communicate and reflect. Yeah, I think it is one of R&D cycles, research and development cycles. So it is a part of a STEM learning environment. Engineering process design, in Enjoy opinion, starting from define the problem, research, imagine, plan, create, test and evaluate, redesign and communicate. I ask you all that this design, I think it's one of like R&D, research and development too, I think, yeah. Okay. And student involved in STEM education, there are many components how we can make a student involved in STEM education effectively. So we can build teamwork, okay, and then real problem, question, a balanced task, okay, small group, recognition of self potential, because you know that Maslow's hierarchy of needs, yeah, it is important point thing to remember us that our student is need to self-actualization, esteem needs, yeah, but not only in basic need, but also especially in psychological need and self-fulfillment need. It is important thing for encourage our student to motivate them for getting achievement, good achievement, I think. And then Delcon or Delcon experience or Edgar Delcon experience. Remember us too that experience is for important thing too in our teaching and learning process. So the cone show us that when we teach just in read, so 10% of that of what they read, Yeah, just in 10% their achievement. Just here to 20% of what they hear. Yeah, so just 20% our students achieve their capability. Yeah, new images, watch video, rather rise. Yeah, 13%. Extend exhibition site was a demonstration. 15% of what they see and hear. Participation in hand-on workshop, design collaboration lesson, 17%. Simulate model of experience and lesson, design platform and presentation, do the real thing, 19% of what they do. So it is describe us that STEM learning environment is consists of educational cone of experience. So when we concern in STEM teaching learning or STEM learning environment, so we remember that through research by educational have proved that this data that starting from 10% until 19%, I think, how our students will do and effective. We can design our student do the real thing. Yeah, do the real thing. Okay, and I think STEM is approach to human literacy because STEM give us to some of opportunity to open their activities because human literacy is related to communication, collaboration, critical thinking, creative and innovative. So welcome to STEM approach as a learning environment education, and we can using STEM is as our approach in every teaching learning in our school or our university. Thank you very much, and so sorry. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Thank
wabarakatuh.
you, Prof. Dr. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Dr. Evie, apologize for the technical glitch earlier. Thank you, Dr. Chong, for covering me. Just taking my Kit Kat and bread. Thank you, Dr. Evie. Okay, now we come for our later we are going to compile all the questions and we're going to open the Q&A session soon after our last two speakers. Okay, so now our second last speakers, Dr. Nooraida Yakob from School of Education Studies, USM, with the presentation title STEM and Sustainable Development. Okay, Dr. Nooraida.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you, Dr.
I
Mas.
pass to you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mas. Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
so thank you.
Yes, we can hear you, but we
Okay.
haven't seen if you have any presentation.
Yeah, I would like to share. Okay. Oops. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes.
Everyone? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
Okay, this is thank you, Dr. Mas. Thank you to all my friends and a very good morning. It's still good morning. Okay, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, today I would like to share about my experience in dealing with sustainable development goals, and then how can the SDG can we relate it with the STEM, because right now STEM is very important. And as we know, STEM education will produce a very creative, critical workforce, human capital, but we cannot forget about the value of the human capital that we want to develop. Okay, so in order to have a good value to sustain our Mother Earth as it is, So SDG will come in. Okay. So at the beginning of this seminar, okay, I would like to share what is the sustainable development goals, the sustainable development. So it is a development that meets the needs of the present, okay, without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. It means that whatever we have right now, we need to sustain it for the future, especially for future generation, okay? So at the beginning, you need to know what is sustainability. It is a concept that describes a healthy, dynamic condition of the Earth's biosphere and its various systems. And the sustainable development is a program of action, okay, that is emerged from the basic human values, from concerns about the consequences of the past exploitation, and from scientific demonstration of the long-term harm inflicted on the environmental and social capital. So after about the definition, so what is the sustainable development? So the concept of sustainable development, we need to think about the concept of development itself, which refer to the socio-economic development. Okay, the concept of needs, which refer to the redistribution of resources to ensure the quality of life for all, and the concept of future generation, the possibility of long-term usage of resources to ensure the necessary quality of life for future generations. For the most important point here is whatever we have right now, we need to sustain it, okay, for our future generations, okay. So the essence of the concept of sustainability is based on the three pillars, that is environmental sustainability in order to maintaining the quality of the environment, social sustainability, okay, to ensure human rights, okay, don't forget about human rights also, okay, human rights, and also the equality, preservation of cultural identity, and also for the economic to maintain the natural and social of and human capital, okay. So this is the three pillars of sustainable development is very, very important, and those three pillars must be interrelated to each other. We cannot only focus into one pillar only. Okay, once you need to integrate the SD, okay, you need to integrate the economic pillars, the environment pillars, and also for the social pillars. Okay. So sustainable development goals here in order to make sure that to continue the Millennium Development Goals, which is ended in 2015. So on the 2016, okay, United Nations has proposed the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. That is the 70 Sustainable Development Goals, or known as SDGs 17. So with these 17, most of the United Nations members, okay, can adapt and adopt these goals, okay, in order to make sure that all people enjoy the peace and prosperity by 2030. In Malaysia, we have a roadmap plan for SDG 2030, okay. So what is SDG 17? Okay, this is the SDG 17. Okay, I will explain just a very brief explanation. So SDG 1 focus on the no poverty, SDG 2 focus on the SDG 2, SDG 3 focus on the good health and well-being, SDG 4 for the quality education. Okay, all of this information you can have it in the United Nations UNESCO websites. Okay. So for the SDG 5, gender equality, SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, SDG 8 is decent work and economic growth. Okay, while SDG 13, climate action, SDG 14, life below water, SDG 15 is life on land, 16 is peace, justice and strong institution, and last is the SDG 17, partnership for the goals. Okay, so how can we implement the STEM and SDG? Actually, we can embed the SDG into the STEM. We can integrate those two concepts. Okay, so usually I will use the activity, and I will make sure that my activity is hands-on, because when we have hands-on activity, it is learning by doing. Okay, another concept that I will use is the minds-on. Because for me, when the students have the activities that minds on, so it means the students will think about what they are doing and what they are learning. So with minds on, it will include the higher order thinking skills such as problem solving. They will communicate to each other. They will collaborate to each other. So at the end of the activity, we can promote the STEM. The STEM will come in. Okay, when we do the activity, the SDGs activity. So in order to trigger the students, okay, I usually use open-ended questions. Okay, so open-ended questions is the purpose is to trigger students thinking, communication, and collaboration. And I will use the inquiry-based learning approach, because in inquiry cycle we have a cycle here. Okay, as you can see here, we have a cycle. The student will wander, explore, observe, investigate. Okay, by using this cycle, they will think about it, how to solve the problem. Okay, so how can we? I will give the example how I integrate the STEM and SDG. So in here, I will use SDG 13 and SDG 14. So in this example, okay, I will use the climate action, that is climate change, and also the SDG 14, life underwater. So for the climate action, I will focus on the issue on the global warming, because it is a very critical issue right now. And for the life underwater, the critical part is about the ocean acidifications. So those two are related to each other. Okay. So with this SDG, I try to relate with the STEM. Okay. So at the beginning, I will ask the student to explore what is the cause of the climate change, so they can relate it with the issue. Okay, that the issue I will post it later. Okay, so I will explain. They already know. They already have the knowledge of climate change. They already have the knowledge about the oceans. So then I will post the issue. I will give the photo. I will give the videos regarding the issue of climate change, regarding the issue of the oceans. So here the issue is global warming, increase the ocean temperatures and ocean acidity due to the seawater absorbing heat and carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Okay, so this is the issue. So when students have the issue, it is sort of problem-based learning. It can be also as project-based learning. Okay, so in here, they will explore a boat without engine. So they search for the information from the internet and books. Okay, or right now we have lots of ebooks. Okay, then they will make a plan action to address the problem of the seawater pollution, and also they can link it with the ocean energy as a renewable energy. They try to develop the action plan to develop a replica boat and then build a hypothesis. So here, when it set up the hypothesis, the engineering design process will come in, because in STEM the engineering design process is very, very important. Okay, so after we trigger with the question, with the issue, and then for the teachers or for the educators, okay, usually we want to make it we can see it, we can observe where is the STEM, where is the SDG. Okay, so in here, okay, I will have this box, and then I will relate it where is the STEM, where is the science. So maybe the concept of electrolysis, because of the salinity of the seawater and the principle of chemical cells. The technology is the innovation, where the seawater as the energy supply. The engineering design process, so the student will design a boat, design the propeller, and for the mathematics, they will calculate the boat's length and width, the propellers, parameter, etc. And the most important is the calculation of set potential. So every field for the STEM, okay, we can include it. And then for the SDG, here, as I said before, okay, it is I include about the action climate and also the life underwater, where in here I just to make sure that the student will know that seawater as renewable energy and ocean are home for diversity. Okay. So this is the example of the project that I have done with my students. So this is the a variety design of the replica boat. Okay, this is students Form 4, all students involved in Form 4. So this is one design, this is another design, this is another design. Okay, so they have the propeller, some have propeller very small, some have a very big propeller. This one is also in medium size. And then they use this concept of chemical cells here. Okay, they have the electrode, they have the wire electrode here, and then try to connect it. So it is really depends on their creativity to design the boat and make sure that the boat can move. Okay, so I have the video here, but because of I have a problem here. So beside the STEM and SDGs, okay, from that activity, we also can promote the 6 learning pillars of sustainable development. So beside we embedded the STEM and SDG, okay, we also can have the 6 learning pillars, okay, because the 6 learning pillars will help students to be more aware about the 3 pillars of sustainable development. So by learning by doing, and they need to think, okay, the 6 learning pillars, okay, will be happen. Okay, I hope the 6 learning pillars will be happen. So the student will be learning to know, the student will be learning to be, the student will learning to do, the student will be learning to live together, the student will learning to transform oneself and society, and also they also learn to give and share. So this is the 6 learning pillars of sustainable developments. Okay, this is the way how I map. Okay, I map the STEM and SDG. Okay, usually I use this column. Okay, relevant SDG, and then this is the information about the SDG, and then I try to relate the example learning, the 6 pillars of learning. Okay, and then the activity, the question that you can pose it, how can we preserve and conserve the ocean, design your own boat using used material, and also the STEM here. Okay. So this is the example of STEM and SDG. Okay, you can have it. Okay, the e-model here by using this link. Okay, we have the module, water education module by RC at Penang. It is really focusing on the SDG 6. Okay, the activity is STEM activity, and also we have the another module that is focusing on the SDG 13, that is climate actions. This is from the C3 USM. Okay, both are from the USM. So that's all for my presentations. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Nooraida. It's very good presentation linking the sustainable development goals with STEM. So it clearly can show to us, the educators, how to link our teaching TNL methods. Okay, next, our last but not least, and looking for it, to talk about engaging STEM into urban agricultural practices, I'm going to invite Dr. Juju Nakasha Jaafar from Faculty of Agriculture, University Putra Malaysia. Okay, Dr. Juju, let's talk about agriculture. Okay, we can see your presentation.
Dr. Juju need to unmute.
Yeah, Dr. Juju, we cannot hear you.
Okay, sorry. I will share again. It's like okay. Okay. Can you all see my slide?
Yes. Yes. Nice.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
We can hear you now, but we cannot see your face. Okay.
Okay, Ken?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can see. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, I think, Adi. Okay, so my name is Juju Nakasha and from UPM, UC Putra, Malaysia. And today I would like to share. I think I'm like trying to engage STEM into agriculture because previously most of the community, most of our society thinks that there's no STEM element in agriculture, but actually there are, and a lot actually. So the first slide is actually taken. This photo actually was taken by me, and it is seed, immature seed, which the ovule or the ovule or the embryo is still attached to the mother. So it's like a very beautiful picture that I would like to show with on to share with all of you. So yeah, when we talk about agriculture, so are we comfortable with our food? Are we comfortable with our the food price? And what is our status actually in agriculture? So, but in Malaysia, it is okay. We are very blessed to have fertile soil. We are very blessed with our climate. But how about others? And although we are blessed with in Malaysia, although we are very blessed with our soil, with our climate, but actually our food price is increased. If you do not notice, our food price is increased slowly but surely. Okay, so actually now, although we last time we have a lot of fertile soil, fertile land, but unfortunately those lands, they are not fertile anymore because of the pollutions. So that is when actually we need to merge the science, technology and maths behind this to counter the problems in our agriculture sector. So when we talk about agriculture, first thing in our mind we must have a fertile soil, we must have soil and so on. So actually these are the pictures that I took when my students conducted agriculture practice in UPM. And actually this one not UPM, this one with students from schools actually. So they learn what type of soil and how to analyze the soil. And when they want to plant, like let's say vegetable, they need to learn the ratio, like 3:3:1, 2:1. So meaning like topsoil, organic matter. So they need to learn mathematics. So that's why if I have like a group of students from outside, I will ask them first whether they can calculate, whether they know a bit of biology here and there. Okay, because a lot of things involved when we mix the soil itself during the land preparation itself. We need to have some basics in calculation. So in terms of speed, as you see the third picture, a student holding a knapsack, and this student need to observe or monitor or to calculate the speed of the knapsack spray. So it is with the concentration that is in the tank. So the speed of the water must be correlated with the concentration of the fertilizer inside the tank. So it is not like go to farm, you just spray and go back. It's not like that. You need to calculate so that we will not waste fertilizer, we will not increase the cost of production and so on. So however in agriculture, it's not about only playing with soils and knapsack and fertilizer and so on. We always have more options. If let's say we have very limited place and very limited location in schools and so on, so we always have options to conduct agriculture activity. For example, I put here mushroom from my house actually. So I planted mushroom because the mushroom price is
increasing, and it is getting for now, for end of the year is not much, but next year the mushroom price will be increased. So slowly I started to have mushroom also in my house. So actually we have more options, and one of the options, okay, we can do soilless cultivation. So if we have group of students or group of teachers or educators who do not want to dirty their hands, so they can always have option to do soilless cultivation, where we can have soil bits, okay, soil bits like it is mineral bits, so it's very is clean, and then it is easy to handle, and we must mix it with other type of medium, like this one cocoa peat, this one is perlite. All these are soilless cultivation that the students can do to make their own agriculture project. So for example, like this is fertigation, okay, fertigation system, where the farmers planted chili just next to the oil palm cultivation. So it is not possible to plant anywhere whatever you like, because we can modify the type of soil. Like for example, like the students giving excuse, I want to do agriculture, but I do not have fertile soil in my house. But in agriculture, you can suggest, you can change to soilless cultivation, create your own mixture. Okay, maybe you can combine perlite in ratio 3:1 with cocoa peat. But although we are talking about this I can say clean medium, the students also need to calculate the amount of fertilizer, because it's not as same as the soil. And then the plant growth and development also will be different compared to soil cultivation. But because of that, they need to monitor the plant growth, how much the plants grows, and compared with the one that is planted direct to the soil. So a lot of things they can do their own project to compare soilless and soil cultivation. However, if let's say you want to implement this system, but we do not have space, okay, as I mentioned before, we always have options. So we go for vertical, or we go for, wait, I want to show you vertical farming. Yeah, we go to the tower system or vertical farming. So instead of planting it vertically, so horizontally, so we can plant it vertically. So vertical farming, we can with like about if you have like 5x5 feet of space, we can do agriculture in that area, and it is enough for one family to consume. Okay, so my experience with student, because this semester I'm teaching students from medical science, so they are quite like they think that how to plant, because I'm staying in flat, but how to plant in my house. So I proposed to her this tower system. So now she's also planting a hydroponic system using this tower system. So, and then if let's say we want to go beyond than what we have last time, we can go to the modern techniques, where now we have drone to help us. Okay, our students, they are playing with drones to give fertilizer to paddy field, to oil palm, to mangoes plantation, and so on. So drone system, okay, we have a lot actually already in Malaysia, and even our students, they are also put the fertilizer, okay, the fertilizer, liquid fertilizer inside the drone, a tank that carried by the drone, so it can give the fertilizer uniform in uniform speed. Okay, and then this paddy is actually a new breed from University Putra Malaysia, where it have high resistance, high tolerance to disease, and this type of product actually came from the R&D under breeding program. And here tissue culture program where we cultivate the plants inside a small jar. So you can do it in the students also actually can do. Actually, we can set up in their home also. I have seen my student after they graduated, they set up a small lab, okay, tissue culture lab in their house for them to generate income. So agriculture is not about you learn the science, technology, mathematics, bio, and so on, but actually it is something for them to generate their income. And this is trunk injection. Normally, we only see doctors holding the shrink and to their patient, but now we have farmers, we have students, we have researchers holding some sort like a shrink, and then they will do the injection inside the trees. Okay, normally we will do it for the big trees. This we give them compounds that can increase, that can boost their immune system, the plant immune system. Not only talking like Dr. Chong talking about immune system in fish, but that one is his area. But like this, we increase the immune system for plant, and then also it is one of the ways to uh, to give more nutrients to the plant by trunk injection. Vaccine plant, not yet lah. Okay, so another practice that which is tissue culture techniques. Okay, tissue culture technique previously when people talk about that's why I say agriculture plus STEM plus generate income actually. So when we talk about tissue culture previously they only planted they only put small plants inside the jam jar, like conical flowers. But now we are going beyond than that, where we have hairy root culture. Instead of producing antioxidant, instead of producing, let's say vitamin A, vitamin C, taking from plants, we can actually produce it in the lab. Okay, but at the same time, we need to monitor the gene, okay, the genetic sequence in the root culture, so that the root culture still produce, let's say, antioxidant that we want. Okay, under pharmaceutical industry, we just want to make sure that the roots still producing antioxidant. That's why we need to check using molecular study, so on. Okay, so moving on. How much time I have? Okay. So moving on, this one is a hydroponic system where we always say low cost. Okay, it is low cost, and then it's easy to handle, and then you can even do it yourself in the house. Even the students also can do it by themselves in the house. But the student, we can do this one. Okay, this glasshouse, the greenhouse is actually set up in UTM. Okay, and then we haven't gone to vertical, but only horizontal, small area, but we have about 2,000 plants. How many minutes more?
Minutes more. 2 minutes more, Dr. Juju. Yeah,
Okay,
you can
thank you.
still do continue and do the conclusion.
Okay, thank you. So let's say the students not interested to work under the sun, under heat, so we can ask them to work in the greenhouse, our protected environment system. And now the greenhouse, the protected environment system, all they are not like last time where they look like very, now looks like very sophisticated. And even now we have smart greenhouse where we do not have to be inside the greenhouse. The machine will tell you what is the humidity, the water, the temperature, the pH, the water level, the fertilizer inside the pots. So the signals will send to your phone and using cloud, and then you can get a notification if anything happened to your plant. You will get a notification. So you need to, maybe you increase the numbers, you increase the speed of mist inside the glass house. So areas in crop production, actually there are a lot more things in agriculture that they want to share, but because of the time limitation, I just brief deeply introduce what are the areas in crop production. So we can go to seed technology, breeding, plant physiology, horticulture, floriculture, so many areas in crop production. Yeah, so you can pick any of it to merge STEM into agriculture actually. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just nice. The time. Good timing, Dr. Juju. Good. We
Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mas. So, how are we going to implement aquaculture in primary school settings? Actually, yeah. So actually, there's a various efforts our departments have with the different schools. So to set up basic settings, maybe you can't culture like complicated farming system, but then you can start with like aquaponics, hydroponics, when you start to culture plants and also fish together, or ornamental projects like aquascape. So this actually are amongst the collaboration we have even with school. So our like every now and then our department collaborate with the school. So you can start with those ideas with first, like aquaponics or even culturing betta fish. So and introduce the concept of science by culturing these ornamental fish. For example, when you culture betta fish, you tell them what's the locomotion system in fish, what's the swimming patterns, so the student will attracted in science, and then they know that science is beyond the certain conventional fields, the stereotypical fields that they can see in their future, but there's many more careers they can venture into if they study STEM. Yeah. Okay, pass
Thank
to
you,
you, Dr.
Dr.
Mas.
Chong. All right, thank you. Yes, we love to see fish around the schools, right? Okay, Dr. Firmano. Not talking about your hot coffee, but we'd like to ask, since now we are
Yes.
in the pandemic or like situation, so and we have to study from home, what do you think about conducting group discussion on STEM project so it can be effective as face-to-face group discussion? Can Dr. Firmano share with us?
Okay. Thank you for the question and moderator. The problem of the STEM in pandemic, the problem is time and the grouping from the student. The virtual learning, daring, or the Zoom meeting, Google Meet, in this, from the learn in this class by platform learning, and then the next step from the past lesson from the small group with virtual with WhatsApp video from the checking the STEM project. Okay. Jadi and then the controlling from the STEM project, I chose from the WhatsApp video from the student small group from the project. The one of the chose the problem in current issue, and then from the next problem is the low knowledge of teacher, and then the teacher from the ngeluh, the teacher in Indonesia from the difficult, the next step from the application in Indonesia, because from the experience, the low experience teacher in Indonesia. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Firmanul. Okay, we go to a bit serious question. This is to Dr. Jahan. Do we need more STEM graduates, Dr. Jahan? We are now, we are news of access. There are news of new excessive of graduates who are seeking for job related to their qualification. So I think Dr. Jahan will be the best person to answer this.
Okay, Dr. Mas, you mean do we need more STEM graduates, right?
Yes. Do we need more STEM graduates?
Yes, of course we do need, we in dire needs of STEM graduates because I think by 2020 we are short of half a million of STEM graduates in Malaysia. I'm not sure about other countries, but even though, because I'm trying to investigate where are our graduates in from engineering or from other technical stream, because most of them, I would say that they are not in going to the pipeline, so they are going somewhere else. Probably, even though like I myself also last time was my degree and my master's in pure science, but I am now in educational line. So I would say that possible that some of us have changed to a safer route, yeah, comparing if let's say for the engineers they have to go to the shore or somewhere else. So uh i'm I'm hoping we teachers, educators can persuade our students to stay or retain in the STEM field, in the STEM line. And if after they graduate, so we are hoping we can persuade them to stay, because if not, we have to get people, the experts from the outside, so overseas, yeah, or probably they also run away going out from Malaysia, working in UK, US, because of the salary, because if you have technical degree or engineering degree, it's very easy for you to get jobs in UK, especially in oil and gas. So yes, we really in needs of the STEM graduates.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jahan. Yes, accordingly, I think we still need our STEM graduates. Okay, to Dr. Haja Hardimah and Dr. Avi, there's a question about the pedagogical teacher's knowledge to implement STEM in the classroom. Maybe Dr. Hardimah can she share the Brunei experience, and Dr. Avi can share the Indonesian experience.
All right. Thank you. For in terms of the pedagogical content knowledge on our science student, as I shared in my seminar just now, we introduced our science teachers to be exposed on how to do science show, and we invited science educators from our science center to give the workshop and so on. So that's one of the ways that we trying to help our science teachers, and we are hoping to work more together with our school, our current teachers in school, and providing them on awareness of this STEM and more specifically science education. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Hardimah. How about Dr. Avi? Can you share the Indonesian experience? Dr. Avi, are you in?
Hello.
Yes, hi,
Hello.
Dr. Avi.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
we
thank
can
you.
hear you.
Okay, I want to explain my experience in Indonesia. I think the challenges implementing STEM in Indonesia is making teacher creativity, especially for teacher in service teacher, I think, because especially the teacher in the rural area. So because in this era pandemic or we can COVID-19, I think all of teacher push using media online, media daring, and all of teacher in Indonesia like don't accustomed to using this media. But I find in my research that it is not be done in the pre-service teacher like my student because they have good capacity, have good creativity, because I think my student is from new generation, in millennial generation, I think. So they open the what is the new style, the new information, and the new the new information, I think, and the new knowledge to using how to teach effectively in new pandemic. I think that's all for my experience in Indonesia.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Educators also have to evolve in order for us to be a better teachers and better educators. So, Dr. Nooraida,
Thank you.
thank you very much, Dr. Evie. Now we go to Dr. Nooraida. Can you please share with us the step of implementing the learning? Share with us how the steps for STEM learning, Dr. Nooraida.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mas. Okay, here from my experience, okay, it is actually in order to do the STEM, okay, we can use the home-based education, okay, actually home-based education, okay, because right now, because of the pandemic, we cannot see our students, okay, we cannot have the face-to-face learning, so the online learning is very, very important. But in this case, the parent is very, very important, okay. So maybe in the urban area, the problem is not too much. How about in the rural or in the suburban, okay, when the internet, the online learning cannot be, is the internet access is very poor, okay. So in this case, okay, it really depends on the teacher itself, okay. Some of my students, okay, because they are in the rural area, they comes once a month or once a week in order to see the children, to see the students, and give them a sort of the assignment, okay. But it's really need the guidance from the parents, okay. So in this era, I think the home-based education is very, very important. And then the WhatsApps, okay, WhatsApp actually is very important right now, even though the internet access is very poor, but the students still can use the WhatsApp technology. Okay, this is my opinion, because I think most students have the smartphone. Okay, right now majority of the students have the smartphone. Okay, so
Thank
that's
you.
my
Thank you very much, Dr. Nooraida. I'm
Okay,
hearing a
Mr. Hashim, can you mute your mic?
Thank you very much,
Prof.
Dr.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Okay. Now, okay. I would like to ask Dr. Juju. Maybe Dr. Juju can share with us about the practical living skills in order for the students to practice their knowledge of STEM at home, maybe during this pandemic, about the practical living skills. Dr. Juju?
Okay, thank you. So for the practical, for the information, and a lot of students during this pandemic, and they have been involved in, they have been selling, and they have been producing their own vegetable and sell to kedai runcit and retail market semua tu. So actually it is not possible for them, and as long as they have a small space with little bit of knowledge, and with a little bit of knowledge and with good seed, and of course in agriculture we always talk about seed is the most important, because whatever you put rubbish, it will turn out rubbish. You put good seed, it will turn out to be good plant, but provided the students and taking a good care of the plants. So it is very practical. And then Some also I heard even they have that they join agriculture training for 4 months. Now they have become entrepreneur in agriculture. Okay, and even at very early stage, even at less than 18 years old, they're helping the families by producing their own vegetable. Although they are not selling it to others, but they're helping their parents for not buying it from outside. So at least we can control the expenditure in the house. So if like let's say the teachers here, you're interested in agriculture, I think start with small first, which is vegetable. Okay. Or if you want to start smaller, you can start with leafy vegetable, which is easier. Okay, and then for the students to learn, once the students know how to cultivate, how to produce leafy vegetable, then you can go to higher level, which is fruit vegetable. So one by one, then the student actually they can produce for their own consumption or sell it to other people.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Juju. Yes, let us all plan something. Okay.
Start
Going
with
to try
Katong.
to in my home. All right. And Dr. Jahan, maybe Dr. Firman models. Is it we would say when the pandemic era online and the audience is actually know how to implement the STEM module was using hands-on while in this pandemic era. Dr. Fin to share?
Okay. Okay, the pandemic era, the trend learning is virtual learning. And then the group. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
you.
yes.
Can you share about the STEM models? STEM models in online.
Okay, yeah. Okay, can you see my sharing? Okay, the STEM model. This is first to the STEM research in Indonesia. I choose the heat transfer because I developed the GOP and then to the combination in the STEM. Okay, the STEM model, science, technology, engineering, and maths. Okay, the successfully from the STEM in basic learning is the from the implementation from the lecturer or teacher in this class. The factor number one is the communication teacher from the knowledge the STEM. Okay, the STEM number one heat transfer. Okay, and then from the I want to share the step STEM. Okay, wait me.
Okay, you are sharing your screen, Dr. Firmano?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Loading. Okay, this. Okay. Wait me loading. Okay. Can you see my
Yes.
chat? Okay. From the usefully from the learning objective, use from the STEM application and learn. the suggestion for me from the tabel. Okay, the learning objective, STEM activities, number 1, 2, 3, and then learning objective, heat transfer, learning objective from the heat transfer, Mr. Adventure Thermos. Do you write? Okay, and then sign your focus step in sign the heat transfer is conduction. And then technologies, selection of material from the using repairing damaged flash, and engineer preparation different design for the solution malfunction of the flash or thermos. And then the mathematics from the Mr. Adventure Thermos, the student confused and problem from the thermos, the mathematic step determine of the glass in the flash as material for the reflection. And then the next step, number 2, heat transfer technology in the world of heat. Learning objective, the number 2, your explain of physics core, use science, mathematics, knowledge, and solve problem about the heat transfer. The sign.
Yeah,
Okay,
Dr. Firmano, so this you transform into the GUPI activity, right, for the online learning?
Okay. Okay, the GUPI. And then the 3 step. Okay. Okay. Use. Okay. Okay. Can you say my share the copy? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, we can
Yes,
see.
the copy. Okay. This could be the 3 mission. Mission number 1. Okay. Conduksi. And then the conduksi microscopic. Okay. And then the finish. Okay. The test from the next level. The mission from the finish one. The next of the mission, you test. You are the answer the test. Okay. In this share, the test, the answer, the choose B. Okay. And then the mission 2. Mission 2. GOP, the combination of mission 1, mission 2, and mission 3. Mission 2, you can see the apply, the convection theory on simulation. Okay. The microscopic from the water, H2O, the atomic. Okay. And then you can apply, click the button mulai. Okay.
Then 18 years.
Yes. Okay. And then the finish the convection 1 to the next GOP convection 2.
Okay. So what you are showing really like innovating the current the normal STEM model that you're teaching in the classroom into an online learning that can be used in the pandemic era, Dr. Firmanul. Okay, thank you very much for it's very nice sharing, and I think this will this one of the audience. Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Firmanul. I will get back to you. Don't go anywhere. Take your coffee first.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
You.
Okay, Dr. Haja Hardima, maybe you can share a bit because I saw that in your presentation, Dr. Haja Hardima, you were talking about assessment. So when we are talking about online learning, we also have to cover on the assessment. Dr. Haja Hardima, can you share with us your experience?
Yes, interestingly, last year, our teachers candidate are supposed to do their essential live as we have done previously. But due to COVID, so we have to, and because they're already in the middle of preparing the essential, but due to COVID, when all classes need to be done online, so what our teacher candidate have to do is to record themselves as if they are presenting the essential online. Although it is not as fun as you are supposed to be if it's face to face, but we managed to make do on the transformation of face-to-face to online science show, and the videos was shown to our lecturers in our Institute of Education. So yeah, we make do of those transformation of live session to online. We managed to do that, although it's a very last minute. Our teacher candidates actually have a few of complaints because it's not the same as having actual live audience. But we tried what we can. So and yeah, so and I think like having online games also help to make our learning more fun and interactive with our students as well.
Thank you, Dr. Hajah. Yes, a very good. Yeah, that's a very quick thinking for your, for the condition, right? Because no one actually like expecting this pandemic to last
Yeah,
this
but
long.
however, due to that, we have to change our assessment a bit. So usually we have feedback from the audience as part of the assessment, but due to it's just a one interactive online interaction where the student already recorded their video of science show, so it's just the assessment was just partly done. So you know the audience session was not assessed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hajah. Yes, that's really right. So I'm going to go to Dr. Nooraida, and also maybe later on we'll get Professor Dr. Toshinobu to share his experience also. But we want to know how to integrate the subject matters with the STEM in this online learning, so it doesn't deviate from the syllabus. Dr. Nooraida, you can share with us. Then later, Professor Dr. Toshibu.
Okay, usually at the beginning, okay, I will do the curriculum mapping first. Okay, so in the curriculum mapping, okay, we need to refer to our syllabus and then try to relate it with the usually I'm very focusing on the SDG, and then I to relate with the subtopic to the related SDG. Okay, and then after that, after mapping the content in the syllabus with the SDG, I try to develop the activities. So in the activities, because the activities is STEM activities, okay, for sure the STEM concept will be in that activity. So at the same time, the student will have their creativity. They are very critical, and at the same time, they will learn about the subject content knowledge. Okay, this is from my experience. Okay, so the curriculum mapping is very, very important in usually need to finish the syllabus. Okay, so for me, it will not deviate anything. Okay, because the curriculum mapping. Okay, that is my opinion, Dr. Mas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nooraida. Okay, Professor Dr. Toshinobu would like to share about the syllabus, because you showed us a lot of like activities and the model, and how do you actually integrate, and in fact in terms of this online situation, Prof. Toshinobu.
Actually, we have a lot of learning materials in Japanese in school, but most of them are not just activity in the classroom. So we really facing the difficulties in this time, especially public school. They don't have much computers, and this causes schools to preparing computers now. So we are on the way to integrating those materials into the online learning content. And yeah, we have a difficulty, but this situation can change our education. So we are facing a challenge, but I hope it makes better online circumstances in Japanese education. Thank you very much. I cannot share much good example.
Thank you.
Video.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. It's a good sharing with you. Okay, I think I'm going to go for one or couple of last questions. It seems that Dr. Chong would like to share with us about games and STEM activities through online with the schools. Okay, Dr. Chong, let's share your experience.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I agree. Because I read through some of the comments, they say games are the good options. I agree, but we just need to make sure our design is universal enough. You need to consider about universal design in your learnings. So, for example, from time to time, let's say Kahoot. Kahoot is a very popular online games, quiz game for learner. But don't do so much because it's only going to favor certain group of students. Those fast responding students, they can be favored by this kind of game. So you need to balance around your games. Some games require sit down and digest kind of games. You also can introduce, just make varieties, and it's not chasing syllabus, but you need to know, like I agree with Dr. Nooraida, just like do the mappings, what you need to deliver to the students, what is the most important things. But if you're chasing the syllabus, do you know that when we conduct online, all the pace becomes slower? We need to talk slower, and we need to explain slower, and then we have a lot of activity to cover. So if you rush the syllabus, student will feel stress and tensions. So yeah, I agree with the discussion over the chat. I think it's quite interesting discussion there. I agree, games are good, but we just need to make sure they are inclusive enough. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Chong. Okay, this is going to be the last question from the audience, and this is going to be the heavy question. So I'm going to go to Dr. Jasper and Dr. Jahan. So you will be prepared. Because in Malaysia, we have this policy of 60-40. But how about in Philippines, Dr. Jasper? What's the policy of STEM students to non-STEM students? Can you, at least share your experience in Philippines?
What do you mean 60-40, 60%?
In Malaysia, we have this one, how do I say, it's like trying to achieve, our government is trying to achieve the 60-40% target. Means like 60% of the school students must enroll in the science stream or the STEM stream. How about in Philippines? Do you have any type of policy like that? Because your government is very proactive in terms of education. Can you, just highlight us?
Okay, in the Philippines, there's no quota system. No? If the students would like to enroll in science, the government will clap their hands because there will be more scientists and engineers in the future. That's why when you go to science, to STEM, actually, there are a lot of scholarship for it, and that's the direction of the Philippine government.
Yeah. And as the last question for today, Dr. Jahan, can you talk about this policy of 60-40, Dr. Jahan?
Okay, I think we do not meet the 40-60, where we want 60% of our students to have science stream and 40 arts. And I think our Ministry of Education has formed a group or committee to investigate the situation. So that's why the new curriculum, we will have what we call STEM stream. But I think the best person to answer this question would be Dr. Ehsan. Later on, probably Dr. Ehsan can answer this question because he is, I think, the best person to give you the final situation. But we do not meet target. So that's why we are hoping that from the time to come, we will have more and more students to get involved in the science stream or STEM field. And I'm urging the teachers, educators to persuade our students to get involved in this STEM field. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Jahan. I think that goes to our last questions. And I think we have a very beautiful discussion and a lot of knowledge that we have shared across. I think it's a very broad and depth discussion through this intellectual discourse that we're having today. So without further ado, I'm going to pass this session to the MC, Miss Nang Safwatun, to continue with the closing ceremony. Pass to you, Miss Safwatun.
Thank you, Dr. Mas, for successfully moderating this webinar. And also, congratulations to all the speakers for delivering such informative yet interesting presentation.
Tadi kau anu kan?
And from Malaysia, to make a few words, please welcome Doctor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, moderator. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer for organizing this special and meaningful event and for the opportunity given to our educators to take part. It is indeed a privilege for me to be here to give the closing remark. This webinar is indeed a very good platform for our educators across Southeast Asia and East Asia to share STEM practices and learn from each other. I'm very sure our participants today have gained a lot of knowledge from our speakers. I personally feel that the presentations are very interesting and very related to what we are striving for, that is to prepare our kids with STEM education so that they will be successful in their life and not just in examination. Well done, organizers. As we all know, we are living in the era of fourth industrial revolution with changing world economic landscape, and due to digital disruption, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, big data, and so on. This has led to changes in job landscapes as well as skills needed by our kids for them to be able to survive in the future. According to World Economic Forum 2020, the top 3 jobs with increasing demand are data analysts and scientists, AI or artificial intelligence and machine learning specialists, and big data specialists. To do that kind of jobs, our students are required to have skills such as analytical thinking and innovation, complex problem solving and critical thinking and analysis. And on top of that, they are also expected to be resilient, able to tolerate stress, and to be flexible. The question is, are we preparing our kids for jobs and skills as mentioned by World Economic Forum? If we just work hard to ensure that our kids excel in examination by drilling them to answer exam questions, then we are not doing justice to them. Because by doing that, we are just preparing them to excel in the examination, but they might not be able to excel in their life. Ladies and gentlemen, STEM is a curriculum based on the idea of educating students in 4 specific disciplines: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in an interdisciplinary and applied approach. Rather than teach the 4 disciplines as separate and discrete subjects, STEM integrates them into a cohesive learning paradigm based on real-world applications. MOE Malaysia is currently promoting STEM for all with STEM programs that engage and inspire students of all abilities and interests. This is to nurture STEM literate students who are capable of logical thinking, adapt at using technology, have the skills to solve problems, innovate, create new ideas, design or invent new products. These skills shall be acquired through an integrated learning of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and teaching and learning process that apply the real-world context through an open-ended exploration and hands-on approach. In our last session just now, there is a mention about our 60-40 policy, 60 for STEM students at the upper secondary level and 40 for non-STEM students. Currently in Malaysia, the percentage is 47% of STEM students and 53 non-STEM students. So we are still far behind our target of achieving 60-40, but actually we are on the right direction. The previous year in 2019, the figure was about 43%. Now we have managed to increase it to 47%. So I'm pretty sure through our efforts in promoting STEMs, we are going to increase the figure a little bit more in the years to come, and maybe finally after a few years we might be able to achieve the target. And at the Ministry of Education, we have 4 strategies in developing STEM talent. They are: the first one, increase students, teachers, and parents' awareness about the importance of STEM. Secondly, increase students' interest and skills through integrated STEM and 21st century teaching and learning process. Thirdly, increase teachers' competency in integrated STEM teaching and learning process. And fourth, conduct research and development in STEM education. Since 2016, we have an initiative called Strengthening of STEM Education Initiative, which is one of the main initiatives under Malaysia Education Blueprint 2013-2025. And on top of that, National STEM Center was formally established a year ago. The center focuses on activities to increase the competency of teachers and interest of students in STEM. The aim of STEM education in Malaysia is to produce STEM literate students who are creative, innovative, inventive, and able to identify, apply, and integrate STEM concepts to solve real-world problems. In STEM, teaching and learning process must be hands-on and integrated. This will give opportunities for students to think analytically, critically, creatively, and innovatively by applying their knowledge to solve problems in real-world context. The concept of STEM integrated education that is currently being promoted by Ministry of Education Malaysia is actually an application of engineering practice in science and mathematics subjects to design technology that can solve real-world problems through collaboration and communication among students. And through STEMs, students will develop key skills including problem solving, creativity, critical analysis, teamwork, independent thinking, initiative, communication, digital literacy. Ladies and gentlemen, as teachers, we are preparing our students to be tomorrow's leaders. In order to be successful leaders, our students need to be ready for tomorrow's challenges. Once again, I would like to congratulate the organizer for organizing this very beneficial event. I'm very sure our participants today have gained a lot of knowledge from our speakers, especially from the excellent practical examples shown to us on how to do hands-on, inquiry-based, and integrated STEM teaching and learning activities, as well as the new way of assessing our students. I would like to end my speech with a quote from William Butler Yeats. Education is not the filling of a pail, but the lighting of a fire. With that, thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Isan, for your kind words. Before we end the webinar, I would like to invite Development University Prof.
Sorry, the line is not very clear now. Can you please repeat that?
Okay. Before we end this webinar, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Wan Marzuki Wan Jaafar, Director, Center for Academic Development, University Putra Malaysia, for the closing remarks and to officially close the webinar. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Okay, and good day everybody here. So thank you very much our MC today, Miss Nang Sofatun Najwa Nek Ali. Okay, our honorable guest yang berbahagia Professor Dr. Hairul Nizam Ismail, Dean School of Educational Studies, University Science Malaysia, yang berbahagia Datuk Profesor Dr. Nooraida, Chairperson National STEM Association Malaysia. Okay, yang berbahagia Dr. Ihsan Ismail. Dr. Ihsan, how are you? Head of Units, National STEM Center, for the webinar today. Dr. Jahan Ahmad from School of Educational Studies, University Science Malaysia, and our co-host for this webinar today is University Putra Malaysia, and our moderator for webinar today is Sahidayana Mukhtar from University Malaya. I can see my clique here, Dr. Chong, Chou, Dr. Juju, okay, Dr. Nooraida from University Putra Malaysia. See in my screens, Associate Professor Dr. Nabila Abdullah from University UITM Malaysia. And of course, our colleagues from school here, I can see this is Madam Tunsia from Sekolah Menengah Kebangsaan Seri Serdang, and as well as all of you, all our honorary speakers, and all organizing committees, and all participants from various countries. So Alhamdulillah, our great webinar programs today with the themes, a webinar is about sharing information on STEM's practices educators in Southeast Asia and East Asia are very successful. So I take this opportunity, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate to our host of this webinar, School of Educational Studies, University Science Malaysia, and our co-host of this webinar, University Putra Malaysia, as well as collaborators of National STEM Movement Malaysia and National STEM Associations Malaysia. So I have been informed the purpose of this webinar today is to provide sharing platforms for educators on STEM practices, including STEM's related program, issues and activities. So the objective of this webinar to improve understanding of STEM's literacy, to promote STEM practices at schools, college or university, and to provide guidance for educators to prepare students with STEM skills and to inform educators on how to prepare students career. Okay, generally in summary, I have opportunity to follow a few sessions during my meetings before. So generally, the speakers enlighten us with the STEM's educations, the relevance policy and creative techniques in STEMs in their respective countries. For instance, inquiry-based science, teaching and learning in elementary school approach and fabrication approach in Japan, learnings by doing approach in Philippines, various STEM camps and courses in Brunei, okay, simulation approach in Indonesia, as well as our speakers from Malaysia. So I hope all participants gain a great knowledge and fruitful experience from our plenary speakers sharing today. So I also would like to take this opportunity to congratulate to all plenary speakers from Brunei, from Indonesia, Japan and Korea for the great sharings about the policy, pedagogy, project, STEM's career activities and issues on the STEM's education, especially during pandemic COVID-19. And then congratulations again and for all our speakers is Professor Dr. Toshinobu Hatanaka from Faculty of Science, Toho University, Japan. And we have Assistant Professor Dr. Ryugo Oshima from School of Education, Chiba University, Japan. And we have Associate Professor Dr. Jasper Pastrano from Iloilo Science and Technology University, Philippines. So we have also our organizers, also Dr. Jahan Ahmad from the School of Education Studies, University of Science Malaysia. Dr. Chong from Faculty of Agriculture, UPM, University Putra. Dr. Ryugo from the Department of Physics Education, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia. And then we have also Dr. Haji Muhammad Said from Sultan Hasanah Bolkiah Institute of Education, University Brunei Darussalam. Dr. Rusydiyah from Universitas Islam Negeri. And then we have also Dr. Nooraida Yakob from School of Education, University of Science Malaysia, Dr. Juju, and Nakasha Jaafar from Faculty Agriculture. Our moderator for this webinar today, IR Dr. Mas Sahidayana Mokhtar from University Malaya. So you all do a great job today. So and also the congratulations also to all of our audience and all our participants from schools, higher education institutions, as well as education department officers from Malaysia, from Brunei, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, and other countries as well. I believe this webinar gives all of us a great impact, especially in teaching and learning during pandemic COVID. Congratulations also to organizer by giving participation fee free of charge to all participants. So this is a great idea to share to everyone in all over the world, right? So I also want to take these opportunities to invite all of you here. Maybe if you have any idea, anything you want to do in future, also with universities in Malaysia, especially with University Putra Malaysia, especially with Center for Academic Development, UPM, in any appropriate teaching and learning programs, inshallah. So finally, thanks again to organizers for remarks in this excellent webinar. And I hope that all of you enjoy this fruitful event. With lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially close this webinar sharing information on STEM practices among educators in Southeast Asia and East Asia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and have a great day to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Wan Jaafar, for the closing speech. Now, we have come to the end of the program. On behalf of the University Science Malaysia, the National STEM Association Malaysia, and the University Putra Malaysia, we would like to extend our appreciation to all for joining us today. Hopefully, we can benefit from the intellectual exchange. We will email the e-certificate soon. Thank you so much for all. I will pass to Dr. Jahan, the coordinator for this webinar, for her final word.
Okay, on behalf of the Dean from School of Educational Studies, University Science Malaysia, I would like to thank Dato and AP Dr. Wan, Dr. Ihsan, all the speakers from Japan, Brunei, Indonesia, and Philippines for your kind contributions towards this webinar. So if anything, can email me, and I hope everything is good. And thank you to National STEM Association and University Putra Malaysia as the co-host of this webinar. So I hope to see you all soon. And if anything, we would like to apologize. Okay, bye-bye. Thanks all. Thank you to Dr. Mas for moderating. I have done a great job. Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Congratulations. Well done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you,
Very
thank
much.
you.
Thank you
Okay,
to
thank you.
Congratulations.
Have a nice day.
OMC.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you to
Okay,
all.
Thank you.
bye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to
Thank you.
OMC too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So yang